All right, so we are officially live right now. We have Miss Cora venturing through Waterdeep currently, trying to find her old home where she was forcibly removed by vampires. However, during her adventures, she herself has become a vampire. And, unbeknownst to her, and something new, possibly, she may have partaken upon the blood of the great Vecna, or at least a cultist member of some kind, according to her knowledge, and that may prove to be part of this story tonight. Currently, Cora is wandering around Waterdeep trying to find her old house. Cora, what did you roll for your investigation check?
26.
A 26. A 26. As you walk through the narrow hallways and byways of the higher district or quarter of Waterdeep, you find yourself in a familiar area. It's an old square. You used to come here with your mom. It has what looks like etched stonework and a fountain in the middle. It is a four-way narrow avenue leading in different directions. However, you're uncertain exactly which direction you should be going as memories of childhood begin to flood your mind. Roll a wisdom save.
Wisdom save coming right up. Wisdom. I actually have a -1 to wisdom, so this is going to be funny. I'm going to roll. I'm going to roll inspiration. That's better. 17. I'm sorry, 16.
Thankfully, you find your footing, and the direction is to the north. You know it's about two or three streets down, and you realize the flowers that used to bloom here, well, they used to be pink, and they used to fall off the sides, and they came right up to your eyes. But these all look like weeds mostly, and some vines. Maybe the flowers just haven't bloomed yet. The sun is setting, and you are walking down a familiar street. At least you think it is. You do see a door, an old brown one, and with a staircase of stone. But that's not your house. Maybe a neighbor or just a familiar place. Roll me another investigation check as you try to decide between three different roads.
Yes, indeed. Coming right up. 15 this time.
You remember the name of the street was Al or Ali or Albi, and finally, you see it,
Oh, wow.
Albra. And as you walk down, you start feeling butterflies in your stomach, and all of the hard journeys feel as though they might finally be paying off. You walk up to a familiar house, and you know it is yours, or at least it was yours. You stand in front of it. There's odd wrought iron gates and a small, looks like stairway leading down to the basement or where the servants would go in and out. And there is double doors in front of you, though they've been changed. It looks like mom put in glass windows all around. What do you do next?
Stained glass window. I believe now.
Correct.
And if knowing Cora's mother, it probably was of her, well, of their family crest. They're very, she is very big on family pride. Her mother, anyway, or was.
High or low?
High.
You try and look up for the crest above the doorway. However, it's gone, and there's only numbers there 12 and 10.
That's a bit disquieting. All right. She is going to also, if this bears any sort of relevance, she is wearing, just so that she might be recognized more easily. She is wearing the locket that her mother gave her for her 10th birthday. So, um, well, I think that was right before they did the grabbining. So, if that's at all relevant, but she does not on on the well on the door. I'm presuming.
It has been noted. You knock on the door.
Yes, indeed.
You feel the taps beyond your hands, and they feel as though they hollow out somewhere beyond. You take a steady breath, and you hear the doorknob. It opens, and you see what looks like a maid. Roll wisdom.
Wisdom, wisdom save or straight wisdom?
Straight.
Straight. Yipes. 8.
With an 8, well, you're able to determine that this woman is obviously unfamiliar, and even she looks as though she is scowling at you with unfamiliarity. Yes, may I help you, ma'am?
She's saying all of this with a tremble in her voice. Yes, I'm looking for Lord and Lady Bloodworth.
She looks at you for a moment with a puzzling face. Her blue eyes, though they seem tender, in this moment they seem awfully harsh. High or low?
Low.
She looks around a bit, and then she steps forward back to the stairwell where you are and shuts the door. What do you know about them?
I would like to catch, if I can, I'd like to catch the door with my foot.
Roll athletics.
Athletics coming right up. Advantage, disadvantage? I would imagine disadvantage. I don't
None.
know. None. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Athletics, something I'm good at. 25.
With the 25, you're able to put your foot in the door. You don't understand. What do you know about them?
I know everything about them. I don't have to explain a single thing to you. Now, I ask you nicely, please, 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 I am pleading with you. Do you think I would know where to find them if I didn't have any business with them? Please, I am urging you. I will explain everything in due time if I may have an audience. You won't believe me. They won't believe me otherwise.
Roll persuasion.
Gonna use some inspo on that. I'm running dangerously low. Well, down to my last three, I think. 20, dirty.
A dirty 20.
Yes, and not natural, and unclean, a filthy.
Someone calls them lab grown. That being said, she looks at you with her blue eyes and they start to water. I was one of their assistants years ago when they had a child. She looks at you again. High or low?
Hi.
My God. Is it you, Cora?
After all of these years. Yes, yes, it's me. and she does take the locket off of her neck and she places it into her hands.
She embraces you immediately, and she says, "You wouldn't remember me. Your mother was so protective then. You have to understand. Things have changed in Waterdeep. Vampires, they're not welcome anymore. And I feared, well, I'm so glad you're alive. I saw you on the wanted poster, and I thought for a moment it might be you, but, my dear, you have to go see your father. He's in the South Docks. He's, well, I don't know. You may have to, well, I'm not sure where he is, honestly."
And where where is my mother?
Roll persuasion. One last time.
One last time. I'm sorry. Not the time for Hamilton. Um persuasion up 14.
A 14. Well,
Indeed.
she turns back to the door where you have your foot, and she opens it, taking a step over yours, and she looks back again. Your father. He spent everything looking for you. Everything.
Say it's not so.
I think he works in the South Dock somewhere. A tavern with the shape of a boot. I saw him once loading crates. That was years ago, though. Your mother.
He-
I haven't seen her since she left the house.
When? This morning?
It was at least 20 years ago.
20 years. She's going to lose her composure at this point and she's going to collapse
The woman,
and sob. I'm not going to do the vocalizations, but she's doing them.
the maid, consoles you. Her curly red hair falls against your face. It seems to dry your tears, and she pulls you up to herself. My dear Cora, you're wanted. And if my master of the house found you here, he would call the city watch. You have to leave, and you have to take
He
the
would
back alleys.
he would not on his own daughter, he wouldn't.
What's going on down there? It's not your father who lives here anymore, darling.
Who lives here?
Your father
This is
sold.
our home. By right and deed, this is our home.
You see the door begin to open. It's not. Your father sold it, as well as everything else. My lord, my liege, this is a woman I used to know way back when we used to go to market, didn't we?
Save it, Clarice. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm trying to cut her off. Save it, Clarice. I I'm sorry. What is Lord Bloodworth's first name? Just give me a name. Any name.
Darianas.
I'll go with Albus. I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna be something easy to pronounce. I'm sorry. Anyway, I didn't mean to blow you off there. Um,
Albus Darianas. I like it.
well, Albus, whatever the hell his last name. Oh, Bloodworth. Albus Bloodworth. Her father. I am Cora Bloodworth. Son. I'm used to that. Daughter of Albus Bloodworth, and this is our home by right and deed, and you have no claim to it.
You see his face go soft, and he stares at you with idle eyes. He stares at Clarice. Clarice, take this urchin from my doors. And he shuts the door again unless you make a strength save.
I'd like to make an athletics check because I'd like to go straight up West End on his ass. Push that door wide open.
Then make an attack. Unarmed.
No athletics, just an unarmed. One moment. unarmed. Damn it, almost in that 20. 27.
Clarice grabs your shoulders. No, don't! And she is brushed off by your brute force as you bash open the door. The gentleman falls prone. You see him in a tuxedo as though he was about to go out for the evening. His top hat rolls over to the staircase where you once rolled down yourself upon the banisters, laughing, giggling with your mother and father until the vampires took you and made you one of their own. And with that, we will pause.
That what I know I broke character. I'm very, very, very sorry for that. But I hope for the little bit that I was in, you enjoyed that.
That was fantastico. Mwah.
I would very much once we get started, I want to circle back to that because there's a lot that I want to get done, okay? If at all possible.
Oh, yes, darling. We shall do all of that and more. I just wanted to welcome Cordell?
Accra.
Accra. That's right.
Word.
Sakura, Sakura,
Wrong
Siku.
game. Wrong
Oh,
game.
right, Accra. I'm sorry.
Wrong game.
And Dante. Welcome, Dante.
Hello.
Yeah, so shit is hitting the fan already, apparently. It's not even 10:30 yet.
How are all of you today? How are all of you?
I'm doing good.
I just
Uh,
woke up.
Oh, there you go.
So I've been in debate about what map we need to use
What do you mean?
for our combat. I'm gonna
Well,
see if I.
All right, D, I'm gonna jump out. I'll be back at exactly 10:30. Okay?
Okay, see you soon.
All right. Well, unless I fall asleep or fall down the stairs or fall asleep while I'm falling down the stairs, I'll be back, okay?
Okay, talk to you soon.
Mwah.
Mwah.
Maybe.
So wait, what, what map are we using?
That's a great question.
What is the confusion? Like, what's the debate here?
Well, the figures on the map are too big for the fight, so I think we need to find a different map so it tightens it up a bit, and that's what I'm looking for right now.
Yeah, you could just find like a smaller ship. Hello.
Hey, Mad Dwarf King, welcome.
Hey, sorry, I'm cutting it a bit close. I was having a conversation with my grandpa and lost track of time.
There goes Cora.
Did Cora fall asleep already?
Possibly.
Valid, I messed up my knee.
All right, and then I think we also have one more person joining us tonight. Someone from the Dream Walkers games, so we'll find out.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm adding in the map right now.
I am currently trying to make a hero forge for my new character.
Y'all want to hear something that's inspired by DBZA?
What is that?
Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Essentially, me and a guy were talking about war crimes, and so in Dragon Ball Z Abridged, Piccolo has a not Piccolo, Perfect Cell has a thing that he does when he finally becomes Perfect Cell and does a little song type thing, just saying, "Oh, you're all screwed," and it literally spells out perfect. So I did that, but replaced words and did different things to then create this masterpiece. T is for practice, the little time you have. E is for extinction like no one ever had. R is for resistance, something I'd love to see. F is for fictitious, like I'm gonna make your family. E is for extravagance, to show this will require. C is for treason, so uncivilized. T is for tyranny, which I will televise. I was way too proud of that because I came up with that like on the spot when I made it.
Nice. Sorry, I'm just trying to focus on picking things out. On my end.
Okay. So let's do this. I'm gonna send you a link for the campaign to make sure everyone's on board with that. So that should be the map for tonight, gentlemen.
Beautiful.
Okay, we're going to begin shortly. We're going to give Miss Cora about 5 more minutes to get situated, and then we will begin.
All right.
If you guys want to place your characters anywhere on the map, that would be perfectly fine with me, since there is no set positioning. However, since our dearest friend Akra did step up and cast, I would assume, Akra, you'd want to be on the boat somehow.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Miss Cora.
I would say I would be like here in the middle.
All right, now, Cora, I am going to add you so we can have you into initiative.
Oh, okay. Am I not somewhere else?
You are, however, so then that way we can keep you in scene. When your initiative comes up, you will then be in scene.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
but
Cool beans. Cool beans. Cool
you
beans.
will be having transitional scenes until you actually are back with us in actual scenes.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
Because I think what we'll do is we'll, when we come to your scene, we'll have you let us know what your determinations are for the scene, and then there'll be a line of roles, and then we'll do a narrative, and then we'll do a drop off of a decision, which we'll let you have to contemplate until your next turn, and then we'll know what your decision is. Yes.
Cool.
So kind of like a mini flashback, so then that way we can round you back to the party, because it's going to be real interesting trying to find you in the city. However, there are special treats on board. Keep that in mind. All right, Dante, and then Lucy. Does Lucy have a position that she can only be away from us for, how far can she travel away from Dante, is my question.
I mean, not really, but once she gets too far away, she just kind of gets out of like no longer becomes a part of the scene. I'm not gonna have her have like her own scene, is what I'm saying. That would be too much stuff to juggle from my tired mind right now.
Very well. Sounds good to me. I think we shall begin here in just a few minutes. I do want to take two to everyone grab a drink or anything else. Get yourself situated, pull your character sheets up, try a couple test rolls. If you waste a 20, well, that's just the way it is. That motorcycle scared me for a moment.
Sorry about that.
No, that was fantastic. I was like, ooh, background noise. I love it. Actually, I love motorcycles. Okay, I'll be right back.
Damn, I did waste a 19.
Oh wait, are we rolling Gambit?
No,
Gamble?
it's just he just said like try
Test
roll and
rolls.
yeah, test roll.
Hopefully, I got rid of some bad juju with that 2 that I rolled.
Make sure D&D Beyond isn't D&D Beyonding.
So true.
Welcome to D&D by D&D Adventures, I guess. I don't know. That being said, we have Madame Cora. She's currently found her old house and learned that, well, her father has, well, gone to work as a cratesman of some kind in the lower decks and in docks, and her mother is, well, haven't been seen. Perhaps her father knows something. We'll investigate that further here shortly. Dante is wandering around the south docks with our dearest friends Uze and Akra, who are currently trying to take Akra's ship back from a host of goblins who have been bitten by vampires as they narrowly hiss and glare their claws at Akra, who was able to dismiss about half of them. There were 7 in total until they became fearful of Akra and her might, and they vanished into the sea. Now, for clarification, Cora, your pronouns are she and her. We'll come back to you. Akra, you are she and her.
Yes.
Dante, you are him, they. Lucy?
Yeah.
He is him.
He is him, as they is Lucy,
I wish.
as the day is long. And then Mad Dwarf King Uze's got a he, him, they also maybe because of the plasmoid thing, or
He, he, him, they. Yeah.
fantastic. Now, before we begin our adventure and roll into initiative as the fights are breaking out upon the ship and Cora is lost somewhere in Waterdeep, hopefully she'll make it back in time. Everyone, please introduce your characters, starting with Dante and Lucy. Ooh, Dante, are you with us? Knock 3 times.
What? Sorry, I just had a fucking massive lag spike. What happened?
Introduce your character.
Oh, I'm playing Dante Everwhite. He's a human male fighter, specialized in Eldritch Knight. He recently just got his corpse bride back, so he's a little happy. But not because he still has to fight vampires and be around vampires, so he's not much of a happy camper.
Now, Dante, from my understanding, you are a marine of the great Avernus plane where the hells are deep and the levels them too.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, Lucy is some sort of Patreon demon succubi who has decided on you.
Yeah.
And you, in turn, have decided on her because you're just bored.
Yes.
Fantastic. Mad Dwarf King, introduce Uze immediately.
Hello, I'm Uzugui Dori. I'm a plasmoid, and I'm playing a Luce Libre-esque build, which is just a monk fighter barbarian multi-class with several different subclasses and just different things that make me very good at throwing people around because fuck, fuck's just standing.
Now, Uze, from my understanding, you are from space.
Yes, originally though, I have been living on Earth for quite some time, and I now consider it my home until proven otherwise when I can return.
Earth, also known as
A
Faerun.
vampire spawn named Gremory, who is a hobgoblin with a busted neck. Yes.
Now, your hobgoblin has a broken neck that sags their head upon their chest. Is that correct?
Yes, they're also wearing a little dragon kimono, as well as they have a little umbrella to block the sun.
Something you picked up on your adventures as you were walking through districts earlier in the day, I'm assuming in Waterdeep. Now, that being said, you do have vampire fangs of some kind. They stretch out like 2 little feelers from under your mouth.
Yes, I actually moved 2 of the dragon teeth I have to where the little globules are for some structure.
Fantastic. Squigglepuff, please introduce your character.
I'm playing as Akra Corio. She is a cleric and a little bit of paladin um, of Bahamut, the god of good dragons, and I do not like vampires.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, you were taught in some higher order,
Yes.
and that higher order was somewhere out in space.
Huh?
Was it out in
What?
space?
No.
Was it in Faerun?
Yes.
Fantastic. Do you remember exactly where in Faerun?
I was thinking it was like the nearest kind of like large congregation of Bahamut worshippers to Waterdeep. Like not in the city itself, but like nearby the city.
Understood. That being said, is Cora with us?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. Introduce your character, please.
So, I'm sorry, I had a brownie in my mouth. I am Connor. I play Core Bloodworth. She is an Eldritch Knight fighter who it's a lot. She was kidnapped from her family, turned into a vampire. Turned into like a half vampire because they botched it. And now, fast forwarding like 15 years later, she is very, 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 very unhappy and is on the warpath, potentially getting herself into some trouble right about now.
That being said, is this. My dearest Cora, as you're walking the streets, you hear explosions in the distance. However, we'll get back to that. Everyone, roll initiative.
Rolling a nit.
9.
I get a 22.
18.
Mad Dwarf King, can you get a hold of Lee D&D from the Discord server and let him know we're not in the garage, we're at the game table?
No. Wait. Give me the name again. Just.
Oh, Lee D&D?
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm gonna assist that also. Give me just a moment. Now, Baron Uze, I know you're doing a lot right now, but what did you roll for your initiative?
An 18.
Fantastic. Acro, you're at a 9.
Yes.
Core, you're at a 17.
Correct, Mundo.
22 for Dante.
Yeah.
And Lucy, are they of their own initiative or no?
No.
Dante, you've won initiative. You're currently there at the docks there in Waterdeep. You hear explosions in the distance, and with your passive perception, you can hear the rattling of a sewer drain nearby. The goblins are uprising and trying to take back what was rightfully theirs, or as they would say, mine. What do you do next? Well, don't let us hold you up. Let us know.
I don't know anything other than fighting, so I mean,
Excellent place to start.
guess I'm gonna start. I want to start big. I'm gonna cast Finger of Death to the Goblin Hexer, and it's an 18 Constitution saving throw they have to make. Ooh, jeez.
And what did you roll? I apologize.
The Hexer has to make an 18 or above Constitution saving throw.
A 19 on the die. It looks like your spell whizzes on by and
What?
splashes into the ocean.
They take half damage, so
Damn.
it's still 31 damage.
Yahtzee. I'm gonna have to run your character sheet through a verifier. Anything else, Dante, or do you care to hex someone else on my ship?
Is it dead?
No, it still snarls and narrowly looks its eyes in your direction. You see popping blood on its vessels and veins as its mouth opens wide and it reveals fangs.
Does a 19 hit it?
A 19 certainly does. Roll damage.
29.
A 29 plus the 33 or 31?
31.
You blast off a side of flesh from its chest. It stares and tries to put its bones back together. Happily, it's a vampire and doesn't have to breathe. Anything else, Dante?
No.
Thank gods. Uze, you're up.
Okay, so first I will attack this goblin and I will use my bonus action for an unarmed strike. Allow me to roll to hit for it in a moment. Does a dirty 20 hit?
A dirty 20, lab grown, does hit.
Alrighty then. Give me a moment. That will be 17 bludgeoning damage. I will then use the attack action for another unarmed. I will be using a inspiration point.
Uh,
All
Won't
right,
be the last
that's a
time we hear that.
22 to hit.
A 22
That will be
hits.
another 17 bludgeoning damage. And now for the final one, it will be a bite. Let's see here. That will be a 26 to hit. And if that hits, that means they have to make a Constitution saving throw. The DC is 21.
Thank you for subscribing. We'll look at your name here in a moment, and we'll put name tags on the goblins for you. That being said, Uze, you've recently hit. And you've recently succeeded in your spell DC. Was it a spell, darling?
It was the bite attack, so it's considered.
Oh, you
It was
bastard.
a vampire bite ability.
Roll
so
damage. Rayman
That
Boy,
would be
thank you
7
for
piercing
joining us.
and
Your
an
goblin is
8
currently being
piercing.
attacked by Uze.
And that will be 11 necrotic damage.
As you try to bite him, you notice the necrotic damage has no effect, for he is a vampire, and he also has a bite attack, which he may use shortly upon you, dear Uze. Do you have any bonus actions? Reactions? Anything else
Use my
before
bonus
Cora?
action for that first unarmed. No, I don't got anything else.
That being said, you can take the grapple instead. Dearest Cora, you stand there. Now, you seem to be the master of the house. What have you done with the maid and the master who was in charge of this house?
Oh, so I am now in charge of this house. So we skipped some stuff.
Well, I allowed you the opportunity to roll me a sleight of hand.
I'm confused.
Roll sleight of hand.
Okay. I'm not sure what I'm sleighting of handing. Sleight of hand. 19.
I will provide you the opportunity to, well, tie up everyone if you choose with that 19, and then let us know what your soliloquy is.
Okay, so I'm not gonna tie the maid up. I'm just gonna make sure that she doesn't go anywhere. And I am going to go up to the former master of the house, and I'm going to say, "Where is the deed?"
Roll intimidation.
I'd also like to put my blade at his neck if that helps. In that. I'm guessing it doesn't, so let me just roll that. And 17.
A 17. You're able to intimidate him. He speaks the truth and tells you that it's in the bank. He leaves it there in a safety deposit box and won't be there till morning. He refuses to sign the papers over to you as he bought it from your father, years ago when he was searching for you across the Orients.
Oh, you're going to sign.
This, you must have lied or cheated or something. My father would never sell this house. This is our home by right and deed, and you cannot have it.
Your father lost everything when he sold me this house. It was the last thing he had before they took him out to the streets. He sailed the seas of the swords for you. He even went to the mysterious isles and talked to the seekers there, and they still couldn't find anything.
Talking. Stop talking. If you do not if you do not tell me where your seal is so that I may go retrieve that deed from the bank and all of the money that you stole from my family, I will open you up right here in your own house. Now that you can believe.
He stares at you for a moment. His eyes gloss over, and you see red bubbles appearing from the other side, and his fangs appear. What is your AC?
18.
He succeeds in pushing you back 5 feet, and he quickly dashes up the stairs.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
The goblins on the ship, however, look their attentions towards Uze. The goblin strikes. Oh, we're gonna come right back to you, Cora. The goblins strike upon Uze's neck with a nat 20. Unfortunately, Uze, high or low?
Hi.
The fangs burrow into the side of your shoulder, and you feel as though he's trying to do the same thing, high or low.
Low.
And then you feel as though life might not be returning to you after all. You feel as though the end might be close, high or low.
Low.
You take 22 points of damage. Actually, I'm sorry. 21 points of damage.
Okay.
Plasmodian goo spills from you like water from a waterfall. It pools onto the deck in front of you. Cora, what do you do as the gentleman that you once intimidated now tries to escape upstairs like in some B-rated horror movie?
I didn't tie him up?
Oh, he broke the bonds, my darling.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to I'm gonna make a melee spell attack, and I'm going to try and plane shift this dude. I have that. So I'm gonna make that. But well, I'm gonna barrel up the. She's gonna barrel up the stairs, and then she's gonna tap him on the shoulder, basically.
I believe you still have to roll to hit.
Correct. Shite. I have one more inspiration. God damn it! Make it count. Does a 29 hit?
Even with the plus 13, and 18 would a satisfactory fine as you hit him or tap him on the back of the shoulder and plane shift his prerogative.
He has to make a charisma save.
What's the DC, darling?
The DC is. I'm sorry, I have to look. Hold on. The DC is. Hey, Macarena. 16.
He turns back and glares at you. Your spell had no effect. High or low?
Low.
You're still grappled to him. And we will come back to you after Akra takes their turn.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Akra.
So I want to run up to this goblin here, and then I'm going to hit him with my hammer.
Hit him with a
And
hammer.
Does a 27 hit?
A 27 does strike upon the vampire that recently took quite a wallop and a hexing from Dante.
Alright, so then I do, so that's 11 plus 6. So 11 damage plus 6 radiant damage. And then he also gets pushed back 10 feet. Or 5. Let me double check if it's 5 or 10. Push. If you hit a creature with Warhammer, you can push the creature up to 10 feet straight away from you if it's large or smaller. So yeah, 10 feet away. So like into the water.
You beast! You brute! You bastard! He goes splashing into the water and waves ripple around. He tries to swim, but he only drowns as you hear steam falling, well, up into the air, it seems, like ash falling back onto the deck in front of you. He must have some sort of, well, not allergic reaction.
Interesting.
Some vampires do that.
That's it for my turn.
Cora, you're currently grappled to the gentleman in the stairwell. What do you do next?
Yeah, fireball.
You beast.
Yes, indeed.
The
So
7 eyes.
listen, I tried to do this nicely. Now you need to eat flame. 5E. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Um, yeah, deck save.
They fail epically as they go stroning up themselves up into the air against their wallpaper and onto the floor with a thud.
35 fire damage. Oh, but I'm not done because I'm action surging. Another one right to the back. So that is 35. 35 and 35 is what? 35, 35 is 70. 71. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't save for the other one. Another deck save, please.
They succeed on the second death save or fireball. Were you doing another fireball?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Fabulous. And high or low?
Hi.
That being said, is this the vampire unfortunately doesn't catch on fire, but they do take a wallop of nearly 50 points of damage.
Yeah. I'm bad at math, so I don't know what half 30 is.
About 51 from my grand totals. I'll throw in 55 just for fun.
Okay.
He howls in pain and says, "Fine, I'll give you everything. Just here." He takes the ring off of his finger, his pinky ring, and flings it in your direction. "I'll go. I'll leave right now, and you can keep that whore of a maid."
Somehow, I don't believe you. Now tell me where that damn seal is so I can go to the bank and get what is rightfully mine.
He scowls the ground for whatever looks like the ring he threw at you and picks it up and puts it up to your chest. "Take this." Dante.
How weak is he?
Oh, we'll come right back to you, Cora.
Uh,
Dante, you're back at the ship. You recently found the one you hixed. Well, they've ran off the side of the deck. However, the one at the north end has vanished from your sights completely. I'll remove them here shortly from the map. The one, though, Uze is still attacking, recently bit him. And, Uze, what is your AC?
Give me a moment. 16.
They take one of their claws and barrel it into your chest with another natural 20, high or low.
Low.
And if you had a heart, he tries to find it. He seems as though his wrist is in your chest, high or low. High?
Yes.
My darling, you are taking only 11 points of piercing damage. Well, that's not bad.
Tell that to them.
All right. I guess I'm gonna have to dip into the reserves.
Well, then suddenly he strikes you again in your back. And if you had a bone there, it would crack. But you only take 9 points of damage.
Don't worry, I'll heal you on my next turn.
Dante, my darling, what do you do next as you see Uze being pierced to pieces at the lower deck, well, the south side of the boat?
I hope he can make some very weird movements of his body. 'Cause I'm going to hit Goblin down there. Hey, a 24.
A 24 hits the vampire currently wrestling with Uze.
22 damage.
You strike at the back of
I'm
it,
gonna chuck this bitch.
nearly taking off its neck.
Well, if it's still moving, we'll go again. That's a 31.
A 31 hits.
22 damage again, if my math serves me right, which I doubt it.
I believe you hit.
22 damage.
Oh, 22 damage, I'm sorry. Alright, got it computed, and it still stands, barely. It wrestles with Uze, taking strikes from Dante's sword in its back. And Uze, I believe it's your turn, unless Dante, you have any other attacks.
I mean, yeah, I don't use it a lot. I gotta find it. Uh, Action surge. I don't really do this a lot. So a 25 and 28 damage.
You slice him right through the hip and straight to the other one. He stares at Uze with surprise and doubt of his vampire abilities and ways. Uze, what do you do next as you have nearly a half-dead vampire clutched to your shoulder, jaw and all?
Well, tell me if I can't do this as a bonus action, but what I want to do is I want to reach into my jar of dragon blood, like dip my finger into it and like kind of rub it across my teeth, like ingesting it pretty much, or just taking like a finger's worth pretty much.
Or wants to do an upper decker with Dragon Blood. Are we serious?
Might as well. Got a whole jar of it.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Does it do anything?
Roll to hit.
Unarmed strike. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that sounds right.
20.
Tell me more about this jar. What is this?
It's a it's a jar of adult topaz dragon blood.
You're
I'm
putting
like
it in his
dipping
mouth?
my finger and then like rubbing it. No, I'm taking like dipping my finger into it and like rubbing it across like the top of my fangs, pretty much.
Oh, I see. Okay, I thought you were doing something against the vampire with it. I get you now. Yes. Are you striking at the vampire with your new polished fangs?
Thing I was hoping I might get something because it's dragon's blood, but you know what? I'll go for it. Yeah, I'll do the bite attack. Let me roll the hit. 29.
Roll damage.
He has to roll a save. I'm doing the bite attack.
You still have damage to roll with that bite attack, darling. It's whatever your unarmed strike is.
7 piercing. 7 piercing. And 14 necrotic.
And then roll 1d8.
Seven.
As you strike upon the vampire goblin, delivering the last attack, as life is finally drained from its carcass complete, you also feel a spark in your mouth, and you see a flash of purple lightning as you bite down, dealing an extra 7 points of lightning damage. Anything else, Uze?
I have another unarmed. You said it killed him, correct?
Correct.
All right then. Let me double check. Yeah, I got enough movement to get there. So I will move to the Goblin Warrior, and I will roll an unarmed strike. That will be a 22, and if that lands, they are now grappled. And they will be taking uh 16 bludgeoning damage. Does that kill them?
No, I believe that's the first strike upon them. Additionally, they appear behind Akra, and in moments they try to bite, both claw and, well, bite again. Akra, thanks to your good soft moves and armor, you take no damage as the attack goes for quite a while.
Nice.
You seem to just wave your hand and nothing happens.
Hooray.
I was gonna action surge.
Excellent.
All right. I rolled a 33 to hit. Wait, actually, hold up. I have advantage, so let me just see if I get anything better. 33 to hit. That will be 16 bludgeoning damage, and then I will use my other attack. All right, I got a 34 to hit. And that will be 20 bludgeoning damage.
Still, the vampire stands and he growls at both of you, both Akra and Uze. Any other bonus actions before we move on to Cora, who's currently back at her old house?
Now I used my bonus action for the dragon's blood thing, hoping I might get fun effect.
Other than the extra damage, I hope you rolled it. Cora, you're currently in your house. You're there on the door at the stairwell against the vampire that took your home as well as your wealth. He hands you his signia, a pinky ring.
How did you do it?
We learned from old mages in the thieves' districts that your father and mother would do anything for you, and because of that, we took you away from them. We buried you in the midst of vampire society where they would never find you.
You stole me from my home, the one place that there was warmth and love and belonging, and you brought me into suffering for 15 years. 15 years, day in, day out. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
As you spoke your words, he seemed to roll his eyes and creep down the stairs.
Remember I blasted him, so he's like prone now.
Oh, yes, well, then he's trying to crawl his way past you as you're speaking.
Vampires aren't welcome here. Why are you welcome?
He stands. I'll leave then. You'll never see me again, Madam Cora.
Oh no, I'm not done with you yet. Why are they allowing you to stay here knowing what you are? I have wanted posters everywhere. Why are you so special?
He leans in. Because, my darling, I'm not of the brood.
I know just what I'm going to do with you. And I would very much like to sheath my greatsword. I would like to take, you know, I would like to take my long wicked dagger and just like press it into the small of his back. You are going to go down to the court and you are going to tell them that all of this was a mistake. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I know that you had something to do with this, and you are going to make it right. This is my home, and I am not leaving.
Roll intimidation.
Doesn't work, I'll just kill him. Or try to kill him. 1 second.
Now keep in mind, we always go majority rules, so that's why we're all in initiative now.
Certainly. 18.
18 does strike at the vampire, though it also strikes at his good heart, and you officially do intimidate him into agreeing that he will speak to the enforcers tomorrow. He'll escort you himself, and Clarissa can join you all. He's even willing to strike into pen and paper in front of her as witness.
In the meantime, I would very much like to. I guess I would have to take him down to get like the deed and everything and whatever the hell is in his safety deposit box. Because if they see his face, they're like, "Oh, I guess we'll just withdraw all of this stuff." When I'm just like holding him at knife point the entire time.
Roll history.
History coming right up. Something I'm okay at. 17.
You know that the officials, if proven correct, will expunge you all as well as reinstitute your good names in Waterdeep. That being said, it may be best just to get him to the courthouse immediately or by dawn, according to him.
Immediately. Immediately. I guess you can cut to other folks and then we can do a time jump after.
Accra, what is your AC?
It's 20. Yes, 20.
Unfortunately, the attack by Uze does not scrub their division to want to divide your soul, mind, and spirit from itself. It strikes at you with unrelentless approval of its results as you take a 26 piercing damage between 2 claw attacks and 1 swift bite.
Can I, real quick, use Warding Flare to give them disadvantage on the attack roll?
You beast! You brute! You brat! You bastard! I just rolled a 1.
2d6 plus 4 as well as health to me.
High or low?
High.
It snaps its jaw and bites itself, and has crippled its ability to be able to bite at all. High or low?
Low.
And you only take 6 points of damage.
Alright.
And reluctantly, I request your turn.
Alright, so okay, Uzi is right next to me. Cool. I'm going to use Cure Wounds on Uzi. I want to do I'll do a Cure Wounds level 2. So where is that? Can I not upcast Cure Wounds? Oh, I guess not. Alright, I'll just do Cure Wounds then. So you heal 14 health, Uzi.
Swirls of white energy appear around Uze, healing their wounds, especially the one on their shoulder.
And then yeah, I don't really have much to do for bonus action. So yeah. Yeah, that'll end my turn.
Accra swiftly heals their ally, and Dante, you see 2 ends of a dead goblin vampire. Lucy hangs out, laughing and giggling a bit. Dante, what do you do?
The last goblin warrior's alive.
Correct.
Well, he's not about to be anymore. Let's tap into some of my spells I have. Really.
Cora, was that handle animal trying to tame the vampire?
No, I was just rolling for shits and giggles.
I like it.
Okay. Oof. Does a 13 hit for a scorching ray?
It does not.
I suddenly remember why I don't cast spells. Whatever. I have inspiration points. Does a 23 hit?
It does not miss.
Ugh. And that's 9 fire damage. On top of how far is he? On top of a 25 to hit for my sword.
You hit. You blast its gums with your fire spell and then clash into its chest with your metal sword, dealing 25 points of damage.
24 plus 9, 33, I think.
Frack me. Well, it's still alive, but barely.
It's me done. That was my turn. I have nothing else.
Uze, you're up. The vampire, still striking at Akra, only dealt 6 points of damage. It looks defeated as its gums are burning and its fangs are falling out of its face.
Yeah, I'm gonna chuck that bitch off the boat.
Excellent idea.
That's a 28 to hit.
A 28. You're able to grapple the vampire. Now roll your strength or athletics to throw him off the boat.
Oh, I was already grappled. Okay, I'll just roll the strength then.
Oh,
I
fantastic.
mean, the athletics.
Oh, you were rolling to hit him off the side with your attack? Oh, I love that even better. Fantastic.
For the athletics, I got a 25.
You toss him off the side, and he goes splashing into the water. He says something a goblin around the lines of, "I'll get you, my pretties, and your little Lucy, too."
Fuck you, bitch.
And with that, you are all out of combat, and we take a 5-minute break, and we roll around scenes.
Hooray! I literally just finished up my Hero Forge.
Very cool. Yeah, if you could post that, I'll see if I can load it now. I wanted to get Uze's on there, but I wanted to add it with someone else's.
Where is it? Where's the Hero Forge thing? Here it is.
Wait, what about Uzes?
Oh, Uze's Hero Forge.
Alright, I'll go dig and find that stuff to put it there. Oh, I have so many hero forges. Let's see here. There's Uzi, there's my companion, there's Riddith, and there's Gremory.
How do I save a Hero Forge thing?
How do you save a Hero Forge thing? Oh,
Yeah.
just send the. There should
Well,
be like a
I sent
copy.
Yeah, I sent the link.
Oh, then that's it. If you save it, I believe it should be auto-saved in some capacity in Hero Forge. Also, if you go to your profile in the top right corner, there should be a place where you can see your gallery. You may have to go into their pro beta thing for the library so that way you can load it up and then you can make it either public or private. Yeah, that's how you do it. Look for the word beta and you should find it.
The word beta. Okay, there we go.
I'm gonna try and load up Hero Forge.
I wish there were more poses. Most of them I don't like all that much.
Does that depend on the species you choose?
No, I mean there are a bunch of poses, but like I just for holding a big ass hammer, most of them don't work.
We might be a little bit longer, only because I'm trying to get Hero Forge to load.
My roommate just like DM'd me, and I didn't even know what dorm building I was in before this. I checked my emails, never told me, just couldn't find it. So this is really good. Now I know where I'm at, and he's chill and is into all the same stuff as me.
Cool. Ooh, that is really fucking cool. Wow. Wow. That just made sense for your character. That's, wow.
I spent a lot of time figuring that out. Like, pretty much the whole time that we've been here.
Wow. Alright, I'm loading back up Dungeon Alchemist right now, so hopefully it will load with the new Hero Forge characters. We will have a grand reveal here in a few moments. I'm currently placing Uze. I'll put him on the ship. Ooh, kind of. No, I won't. Put him there.
Say, I'll pour all my Hero Forge stuff in there soon. I already ported a Gremory over. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, I do not see your character. Well, that's a bummer. So we will wait.
I am here.
Lee!
Hello.
Give me 5 seconds and I'll give you everything.
Well, unfortunately, I do not see your character.
Yeah, yeah. Just give me 5 seconds.
Oh, did we lose Cora? Lost Cora.
We will call you.
I'm still so proud of Uzi. The way his Hero Forge came.
Oh, did we lose Cora? Hero Forge isn't loading, so during the next break we'll have to do that. Welcome back, Cora. Alright, that being said, gentlemen's, ladies, theys and thems, beasts and ghouls and goblins and fae, we have a new character who's walking upon the deck of the ship who would like to join because they feel as though they have to get away from all the madness breaking out in the south decks as you see more explosions and goblins howling. And you see another band of goblins in the distance, everyone there on ship, as they are currently looting houses nearby. They haven't set sights on the dock as you're the only ship left. You may have to make a quick decision. Dearest Cora is back at her house and still speaking with the vampire, who is currently agreed to expunge everyone of their ill deeds. However, this is unknown to those on the ship. As Lee, please introduce your character as you walk upon deck.
My name is Paul. I'm a Wood-Elf Life Cleric, bro. And yeah, he's just all in plate armor, and he just like looks at the goblins with disgust. You know what I mean?
The goblins you find are mostly dead, as the party has been able to vanquish all of them. That being said, what do the rest of you do there on the deck of the ship? Do you pull away from port or wait for Cora?
I mean, at this point, we don't really even know what happened to Cora, so I think it's in our best interest to try to leave.
Anyone else?
I mean, logically, yeah. We haven't seen Cora in a hot minute.
Last time we saw Cora, she was stuck in in the church as a dragon. Oh, we know she's still there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm flirting that. I would not be
Ah!
offended at all if you left her ass.
I thought you were still gone. What the
Total jump
hell?
scare.
When did you come back?
I was listening the whole time.
What
do you mean?
Where the hell did you come from?
I
What
was
the
here.
fuck?
I just wasn't saying anything.
My headphones fell out of my pocket.
Cora, roll me investigation.
Okay. Like you didn't notice that I just said.
Look,
didn't
I
hear
don't
the
notice a lot of things, okay?
I had
That
to
is
ask
one
him to
of
introduce
them.
his character 4 times today. And
Um,
Scribblepuff had to butt in and make it 5, so he's
I woke
here in
up an
spirit
hour
after all.
ago, okay?
I'm glad you're here, Dante. Glad everyone muscles together and plays a little D&D. That being said, Cora, what you get for your investigation?
18.
Fantastic. Well, you got most of the house in order, and Clarissa took to making sure that the old lord would not leave as she locked the door and bolted it and gave you a spare key. That being said is also this, as you investigate further, you find, I'm giving this to you, Cora, in hopes that you use it, a trinket you have discovered. It has a penmanship, some sort of note next to it. It says, to be used to get somewhere quick, has to be within Waterdeep, and usually you have to know at least 3 or 4 people that might know you, aka a party resender. Ooh, interesting. Write down
So,
party resender on your character sheet. What's that?
will do. So she's going to. Well, hopefully we can get this done quick. If we could just like time skip and say that they did everything at the bank, because then I have something I'd like to do thereafter.
All right, so Clarissa will then get a guardsman and then say that yes, everyone is no longer of any ill deeds of Waterdeep, and your birthright has been returned. He tells you also roll me persuasion.
Persuasion E. 26.
Cora, I know you don't know me, but your tale is well known here in Waterdeep, and with these recent events, I'm sure the Queendom will take away whatever consequences you may have had there with the brood, especially with light of this new information. We were not aware that you were taken beyond your will. However, We have heard reports there are several of your party that are trying to steal a ship of some kind, though we can't get further past the goblin barrages and barricades that have taken over most of the South Port. If you can let them know some way, that would be most helpful. And then one last thing, on a personal note. I knew your father very well. I would come over to his shop every now and then and see the fine silks that he would pull in. He works at the old Boot and Lace down in the south ends. He could be under attack. We have no idea, as the goblins just started about an hour ago rioting. And your mother? Well, there haven't been reports for her for several years. Someone said they last saw her in Flan.
All this time. I don't know what to do. Now that I'm here, I know I have to find my father. I just know I have to. They've harmed one hair on his head.
That being said, is this, dearest Cora, what do you do next, as everything seems to be wrapped up tight?
Everything seems to be wrapped up tight. I am going to very conveniently use this teleportation device thingy and bloop myself right onto the docks. It would probably be even funnier if she like landed on her ass or something like that. Just
Roll
like,
me an
"Hi,
Arcana check.
hi." 1 second. Just said, "Oh, like, hi, I'm Jake from State Farm." 17.
On your ass and facing away.
Everyone else back on the ship, roll me a perception check. That includes you, Tim's new character. Who I'm assuming is Tim?
I know it's Bill, and I got a 24, bro.
How do you pronounce his name again?
Bill.
Phil! Oh, like State Farm Phil. Oh, it all makes sense now. It's all come together. Yes, now I understand.
I got an absolutely filthy
10.
fucking 20.
I knew a fabulous
I
Phil
got
from
a
Florida. I'll
0.
have to tell you about him for some time. Those of you who rolled a 17 you had for your Arcana check,
Yes.
all see some sort of purple spiritual energy flying through the city like a comet, coming from the north. It looks like it could be some sort of explosive Arcana. Everyone who rolled a proper perception, roll Arcana immediately.
Six.
Baby.
Thankfully, it's not a very difficult spell, and 12 or higher will get you there fine. If you did roll 12 or higher, you will know that this is a returning spell, not some sort of explosive, arcane, damaging disaster here in the middle of all this rioting as you see explosions and goblins screaming in the distance. But maybe. It could be. Did anyone succeed on their 12 Arcana check? Say aye.
I.
Roll. Wisdom.
$14. And is it? Oh, sorry, 12. And is 16? Goodness gracious, my brain today. And is it a spell effect?
Yes. Well, 16 will do you just fine, as you do understand that it is Cora within that returning spell. However, knowing returning spells, she does need a soft place to land, and maybe you could be the batter to her mitt, or ball, that is. Please roll an athletics check.
Say if it helps, I did the advantage. I got 21 on it.
Roll an athletics check, as you hear a
32.
whistling going through the air, because it's not a bird, it's not a rock, it's, well, Cora.
32 on athletics.
You
Right.
tumble together nicely and you embrace each other for just a moment. Her hair whips across the sides of your bruised face and chest. And then you all disconnect from each other. Welcome back, Cora, to the ship.
Thank you, thank you.
Where the fuck have you been?
You would
I say
even
this while
believe me
Cora's
if I
feeling
told
my
you.
arm.
Say again?
I say this as I'm still holding Cora.
I don't think you would believe me if I told you.
There is currently a goblin war happening. You really think we're not gonna believe you?
Fair enough. So I went home. I went back to my old home. I found the arrogant fuck that took over my father's estate. I put him in his place. I restored my father's seat. I took all of the money back that he stole from us. I don't know where my mother is. And in Waterdeep, I somehow convinced the council, all within a span of 15 minutes, I don't even know how the hell all of this happened, to clear us of all charges. We're no longer wanted people, not any of us. And as
Now,
far as the
Cora, just to
council
correct the
ran it,
time frame, let me
yes,
correct
please.
this for you before you continue. Um,
Yes.
It was setting sun when the party split. It had been several hours because it's now about 3 a.m.
Okay, thank you. So then just amend that. But over the course of a few hours, as far as the council and the queen and everybody the fuck else is concerned, we're no longer wanted people. Now, I know this might be happy news, but if you look directly to your left, part of the city is on fucking fire.
Yes, I
That may
agree.
be our fault.
Just not much time to celebrate, I'm afraid.
I do agree. Welcome back, Cora. I think we should leave now.
Yeah. Also, there's kind of a red wizard on our tail now because of the whole blood dice thing. I fucked up, okay? They want my DNA.
And with that, Akra, roll me a survival or sailing skill of some kind as you try to take the ship away from Waterdeep.
I want to re-roll with inspiration.
Also, DM, I have a note before we leave.
Dirty 20.
What is your note? A
I
dirty
would
20.
have Cora before she left. She would have. It wouldn't be elegant because it was in a rush, but she would have scrawled a note to be sent with, a guard or a footman or a foot person with, first of all, the deed of the Bloodworth estate enclosed to be brought to, her father, wherever the hell he is, and, to get back to him that, hey, you're a noble again now and all of your money is back. But, she didn't have time to necessarily go to him. So hopefully he doesn't die.
You find, well, there's an old thieves' legend known as sparrows, and they tend to send messages from one connection to another, and they go in secret, sometimes in time. Roll me a perception check, or if you're familiar with this legend, you may roll religion.
I'll do religion. Why is it always one away from an at 20? 23.
With a 23, you're able to determine that there are sparrows nearby, and you leave a small note for your father and 2 silver coins. That's all they ask to deliver the message. And if he uses the sparrows to return the message, it may find you on your adventures.
Maybe.
And with that, you complete your quest core and receive 10,000 experience points.
Why, thank you, thank you. Just thank you for running that very messy and also very rewarding story for me.
That reminds me. Akra, you also received 10,000 experience points for completing your quest of some kind.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
keep that in mind. And with your dirty 20, you're able to pull the ship safely away from Waterdeep. And you notice the magic upon the ship makes the sails look pearly white, and the deck clean and swabbed correct. Everything is as it wasn't. Even the false crates and barrels seem to flood away from you, and you see a stellar liner cruising in off the harbor. But then, something in the distance. A cloud? No. There's fire brewing off the top of it. Everyone roll perception.
Natural 20.
17.
19.
21.
I got 21.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
If you rolled a 15 or higher, you see the third ship of the armada of vampires, the Bullet, a large vessel steaming with steam and arcane energy in your direction. It blasts cannons at Waterdeep, and they fireball in different directions. Akra, regardless of what you rolled for perception, it seems as though a fireball is headed directly in, well, the ship's direction. You must roll a survival check, or the ship could be blown to bits.
23.
Those of you who rolled 20 or higher on your perception check can see someone on the bow of the ship of some familiar face, blonde whipping hair as long as her legs, and she seems undead like a lich. You met her in previous adventures in the bowels of the Sparrow. And with your 23, the fire cannon goes blasting onto the side of the ship, and everyone must roll a deck save as the waves crash. And thankfully, the ship is saved from your narrow sailing skills.
Oh, well, hold
14.
on. That's still -1.
Quick question.
Okay, also 14.
Of the figure on the ship, is it the witch I had to deal with, or is it Anne?
It's the old lich that you played those dice games with back on the Sparrow. You hadn't seen her since. Now, if you rolled a 15 or higher on your deck save, you succeed and don't fall prone. However, if you do fall prone, you must succeed in another deck save, as the waves begin to crash onto the ship from the explosion, and they might throw you off deck.
I got another 14.
I used tactful mind, so I succeeded the first one. We good.
I got a 7.
I got 2 14s in a row.
Man, last one I got a fucking 1. I got a 1.
But it's really sad to fail the thing by 1.
No, I got a 1.
No, I'm saying I failed it by 1, which 1 does suck as well.
Unfortunately, if you rolled another 15 or higher, I'm kidding, you're fine. You stand, no problem. But 14 or lower, you fall off the side of the ship.
Damn.
So,
What do you all do next?
I just fell off the side of the ship.
As did I.
Can I try use my whips to grapple them?
You may roll an attack.
Can I just cast Misty Step to get back on the ship?
You can. Roll Mystic Step. I'm kidding. Just move back onto the ship. You're fine.
Man. I imagine he's like inches from the water and it's just like misty stuff.
Don't have any special way to get out, so I'm still here.
What did you roll, Uze?
Give me a moment. Let's see here. With the first wit, I got a 19, and with my second wit, give me a moment. I rolled a 21.
The whips tighten around your wrist and ankle, Akra, and you're pulled back onto the ship. Thankfully, you're not dying this adventure.
Hooray!
But someone else might be, as the ship is trying to escape through the bay. Cora, do you do anything?
After being narrowly thrown off of the edge, the person on the deck of the ship, they're out of range of any of my conventional attacks, right?
Most definitely.
Yep. So does our ship have at least one cannon?
Akra, roll 1d4.
Let's see. 1d4. 4.
Minus 1 for good measure. You have 3, Cora.
Great. So I am going to jump on one. Now the rules are as follows. It takes one act to firing. It takes 3. I think it takes 1 to prime, 1 to aim, and 1 to shoot.
You may shoot. They are already primed and ready.
Okay, great. So that is going to be directed at kind of like the person, but I want to like maybe take a little bit off the top of the top deck, but I'm trying to aim for the person, right? Like collateral damage, if that makes sense. So let me do that. I'm gonna have to do this as a D20 roll. I'll roll. Oh, good lord. That is a 15.
A 15 strikes the ship. Roll damage.
Yes, one moment, please. Right.
And Phil, are you doing anything as the ship is trying to avoid attack?
I'll give the driver guidance prayer. Help him out.
Akra, roll
46.
survival with guidance.
Survival with guidance.
That's
Alright.
46 bludgeoning damage.
You blast the side of the ship and you hear Howl screams, and someone points in your direction. You can see that howling harpy on the bow.
I got a 9 on survival.
Did it hurt
I
the
should probably
person
pull Acra up.
that got hit by the cannonball?
You see bodies thrown into the water, but the ship still steams forward.
Guess I'm running on to the next one.
And with Akra's waving abilities, she's able, correct? Yes, I believe so, to move the ship closer towards the main gate that's now been blasted by the bullet. And as you approach, More cannons are launched directly at you, Accra. You must roll 3 survival checks to avoid the explosions that bombard the ship from either direction, both on port and stern.
Oh, fun. First one is a 17. Should I add guidance to that as well?
Yes.
So 18. And then second one is I want to roll inspiration for that one. Second one is 15 plus 1. So 16. So 18, 16, and
The explosions hit the sides of the ship.
17.
However, the ship takes no damage, thankfully, but the waves do crash upon all of you, knocking you to and fro. All of you again make a dex save.
Oh boy. I got a 6.
I swear, if I have to use another second wind to pass this.
Reroll. Reroll. Nah.
30-20.
8.
Accra, you are currently thrown from the helm. Dante, you need a dex save. As well as Phil and Cora. I don't see yours recorded yet.
Dude, I can't be rolling dex saves anymore. Kind of 6.
I also got a 6.
Dante
It's okay.
and what were you saying, Dante?
I can cast Misty Step 2 more times.
Oh, thank gosh. All right, well, Dante, you're back at the top of the ship. Congratulations with your mystic step. However, Accra is thrown from the helm again and nearly falls overboard. Does anyone try to retrieve them?
Yeah, I'll have my dragon frog use their tongue ability to pull them back in. Just don't resist, and you won't have to do a strength save, and you'll be back.
Okay.
Cora, roll attack.
Like for the cannon again?
For the second one that's currently still armed. You have one more after this.
Oh, great. Yes, sirree, Bob. 17.
With the
Again, I'm aiming
17,
for the person again, and then just letting it do collateral damage for the deck that they're on.
roll damage.
Yes, indeed. The channel. Christ almighty. 50 bludgeoning.
15 bludgeoning.
No. 5-0.
Even better. She hangs off the side of the ship. She scowls at you and crawls her way back up, and you see her vanish from the bow. The ship has taken damage, but it still holds together, and you see the Sparrow and the Cross behind it, 2 other ships in the Armada.
Action search.
Roll damage. Just kidding. Roll to hit.
Is it in range of my fireball yet?
Not yet. Accra, roll survival.
Okay, so then I'd
Ooh.
like to. If that's the case, then I'd like to dash to the third cannon.
Excellent. That being said, Phil, Uze, and Dante, are you doing anything or helping to reload the cannons that Cor is currently blasting?
I'll help to reload the cannons, and I'll command Gremory to do the same.
Where
I got a
the
14
hell
on
did
survival.
Icky come from?
Old map. I got a 14 on survival.
I'll give Cora guidance, bro. So when she shoots, it would hit more. You know.
Yeah, what does guidance do again?
Yeah,
I'll
it's
give
an
you
extra 1d4.
Hey, thanks, broski.
No problem, bro. Here to help.
Yeah, I want to put this shit at the bottom of the ocean, to be completely honest with you.
I don't blame you.
You have to understand that this woman, this lich, represents not only Cora's freedom, but the bonds that broke her family and will disintegrate of old religions. According to the brood, that's how they rolled. That being said, Cora, what did you roll to hit with that third cannon?
Please hold the line. I never rolled. That would
Dante, what is
be
Lucy
a hit.
doing? That being said, what was that, Cora?
18.
Ooh, an 18. You smacked the side of the ship. Roll damage again. If it's over 50, something will happen.
Can I see the lich person, or is she gone?
She's gone from view. Her whipping hair can no longer be seen.
Okay. So this one, I'm aiming closer to the water line. So if a hole gets blown in the ship, hopefully it gets weighed down by the water that starts gushing in. So I am going to roll Demage, as I like to call it. $56 bludgeoning damage.
Fudge froggets. That being said, you see a massive explosion and then something else fires off the ship at the same time. Roll a perception check. Everyone on the deck of the ship immediately.
Perception.
Perception.
No sooner said than done.
A natural
Dirty
20
20, bro.
again.
17.
Dirty 20.
I'm really good at perceiving today.
Acra, roll 2d4.
18.
3 and 3 making 6.
Everyone, you receive 1 point of inspiration. Acra, you receive 2. Since you all did not fail your perception checks, you see what looks like a hang glider being launched from the ship as it takes a massive amount of damage thanks to Cora's 3 cannons hitting directly onto its bow. And then the ship still sails forward. However, it looks as though it's tilting to the side, aimed directly at your ships, Acra. You must roll survival again or it might collide.
15.
And on that hang glider, you see whipping blonde hair tossing from side to side against the sails, and it aims directly at the ship you're all on. Unfortunately, Acra, 15 is not enough to help with the collision against the ship, and everyone must roll initiative, as suddenly the lich bitch appears on deck.
Oh.
We should have just pulled a
16.
USS Texas and flooded.
Damn it! I was about to rage and just show it so I could throw something at the fucking hang glider.
I got a natural 20 -1, giving me a 19 on on initiative.
I got a 22.
Before we begin this, bro, can you send me a link to your campaign so I can join the campaign proper?
Oh, yes, darling.
Thank you.
Alright, with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to take on the ships and the lich bitch. Alright, so that's the link for the map.
Just send me the campaign link so I can join in because it says campaign not found.
Yep, I'm sending that over to you in just a moment.
Sweet.
There you are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go with Bill. My mate Bill.
going to try Hero Forge again. I am determined to load at least one more character to Hero Forge tonight.
Come on, let them see the handsome Gremory.
You right?
So what if his neck is a little tilted? He's very handsome. He's smexy.
Alright, everyone, don't forget to check your mics and make sure you don't have any background noise or go to push to talk. And we're about to start initiatives. I'll announce everyone's roles here in a few moments. I'm scanning. Oh, see, maybe I'm just missing it. Alright, darlings, well, that being said, we tried to do Hero Forge and we could not get that going. Now, I'm going to go through initiative order. I'm going to start with the late, great, amazing, but yet not quite. Just kidding, because they're epic. Cora, what is your initiative?
I did not roll initiative. So 0. Nah. No, I'll do it right now, I promise. Initiative. And it's of course I get a nat 20 on initiative. 21.
And I'm sorry, did you say your name is Phil or Bill?
Oh,
I have a Bill.
that's the one. Bill.
Bill. Okay.
Bill. I'll send you a character thingamabob, a picture.
All right, Cora, you got a 21. Bill, you got a 19. Akra, you got a 19. That's going to be a dex off. Dante, you got a 22. Ooh. And Lucy is out. Uze, you got a 16.
I got the alert feat price, so it's 29 at 5. Yeah, 24. Yeah, 5. I just don't have it in my thingamabob, my feats thing.
No problem, it has been updated.
Okay, I'll just probably have to refresh. Let's have a look, please.
With that being said, the Lich appears upon the deck. The glider stumbles. onto the side of the deck but does not wash overboard. And you see the other ship narrowly aimed at your all direction, and by the end of this turn, it will collide. Unless Accra can roll some sort of survival check out of their, well, scales. And Accra, I believe you're at, I believe you rolled a 19?
Yeah.
So that brings
oh,
Bill. What's that?
I didn't know if you were asking me to roll a survival check right now, but I did roll, and I got an 18.
Unfortunately, still not enough. Maybe on your next turn, you'll be able to wheel the sides of the ship away from the disaster impending. Bill, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna go to this woman, and then I'll cast Spiritual Guardian Spray.
You walk up about 30 feet and then cast Spiritual Guardians. What is the range?
It's a 15-foot aura, bro.
Unfortunately, you'd have to dash across the side of the ship to be able to make it.
Okay then. What I'll do is that I'll move my full 35, and then I'll do Toll the Dead Honor.
What's the DC?
The DC is 16 for Wisdom.
They succeed.
Oh, nothing happens to them. Oh, then for my bonus action, I will cast Spiritual Weapon. Does a 14 hit?
Spiritual weapon goes swinging into the air. What is it exactly?
It would be. I don't know.
All right, we'll come back to that.
We'll put like a little angel in there, bro.
An angel goes swinging from the clouds above down upon the deck and swings their mighty sword upon the neck of the lich. And they rolled 14?
Yep.
And they fail to connect.
That's what I can do, bro.
Dante, you're up. Lucy seems to be looking at her nails, debating whether she could get a manicure.
Just some precise mode. It's the Lich we're fighting, right? Make sure I attack the right thing.
Her hair wisps all around her, and it seems as though she is ready to attack. You all have destroyed our abilities to take the city. I have reports from the goblins themselves. I will eat you all for breakfast.
Hey, this is a Lich. My sword killed the most powerful Lich. Ooh, I'm gonna reroll that real quick. There we go. Does a 27 hit?
Have you moved your character?
I will. Or I guess I should now. But there.
As you step within 10 feet of her, her hair goes whizzing in your direction. Swirls of it try to whip themselves around your wrist, ankles, and chest. Roll me a dex save.
No, not a deck save.
Lab going 20.
Thankfully, you were able to step aside and still try to connect with your blade. What did you roll?
27.
You hit the side of her chest. Roll damage.
24.
Black ichor spills from her chest onto the deck floor and tries to bubble and crack into some sort of, well, morphed figure next to her.
Interesting. I'm gonna hit her again. Oh, hold on. No. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Ah! 32, not 20. God,
You
I
try
hate
to, much as you can, to connect your blade further into her chest, and then, with a little gruff and a little mutt, you're able to do so, high or low. Dante, high or low?
I. I.
Ooh, deal
No.
triple damage.
Oh! So that's just roll 3 times?
Correct.
Or, okay. Oh, I gotta bust out the damn calculator. Hold on. That is 70 damage.
With 70 damage, you're able to see her slightly frown as more blood pours from her chest as well as her mouth, pulling into individual figures that begin to morph into some sort of shadowy forms that have wings and claws and deep gnarled teeths. They start to swarm you, Dante, and approach. What is your AC?
23.
We'll find out if they connect shortly. Do you have any other attacks?
No.
Cora, you see from the bow of the ship where the cannons are and you're firing them that, well, it looks like the Lich is on deck and attacking Dante.
Duly noted. And so the liches are now on our deck. Yes?
The Lich is on deck with you all, and she currently has 3 shadowy figures around here, which I will place on the board now.
How bad is she still looking bad? Like how in bad of the shape is she?
She looks rather, well, ichory, as she doesn't really have blood as much as it's black mutated demonic brew housing.
Would I be able to tell whether she has less than, say, 100 hit points?
You'd have to roll a medicine check for the exact number. Well, do you have medicine skilled or nature?
I have medicine.
And what is your skill level?
Bladdy, bladdy, blah. It's proficient.
You can tell she's near death.
Okay, good. Good, 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 good. So, to add insult to injury, I would please allow me for a moment to look this up. Bloody, bloody, blah.
Just for good form, Akra, you know you're next after Uze, and then the vampire swarms attack Dante.
Okay. Okay, so I'm ready. I would like to cast Power Word Kill on this individual.
How much evil did you pick up from the vampires?
Enough.
High or low?
It doesn't matter if like there's no saving throw. I just want she just like kind of keels over. But high, I'm gonna go high. No, I'm gonna go low. This seems like a very low thing to do. I'll go low.
All right. Well, let's see what happens. So, Finger of Death. You send negative energy in the direction, dealing a bunch of damage. If it's a humanoid by the spell raises the start level, turn a zombie as a permanent under your command, following the verbal orders.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, so a constitution save from what I'm
No, no, no,
seeing.
no, 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 no. I said power word kill, not.
Oh, power word kill.
It's yeah. It's one of the one per days. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and I just remembered how much better Power Kill is with the 2024 rules.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
You said low?
Yeah.
High or low?
Low.
High or low?
What? I said low.
Each time I asked, it was low. Keep that in mind. That being said, as you cast power word kill, it disintegrates her to ash, and you see the bloody form of her fall into a splash onto the deck, but then it bubbles and cracks and becomes something else instead. Before you is some hollowed ichor demon from the depths of Avernus. It howls to the moon, though there is none in the starlit sky, and she turns its attentions to you, Cora, with hollowed, gnarly gray eyes.
Fair enough.
Cora,
Yeah.
we'll come back to you. Akra, or Cora, do you have any other actions?
No, just the one.
Akra, you're up.
Um, should I be making survival checks to keep the ship from crashing?
The ship begins to descend upon you, and you can see the bullet's front end going to hit your back. Roll survival.
16. Can I roll an inspiration?
You may.
Hey, 22.
With the 22 and a splash of the waves, you're able to curve the ship from getting hit. Thankfully, no one will have to roll a deck save. Anything else, dearest Akra, as you seem to be going smooth sailing now? The bullet is going to ram right into the harbor.
Is anybody hurt at the moment?
Currently, you'd have to roll medicine, but do you have it skilled?
Do I have what?
Do you have it skilled? Is it a skill?
Oh, proficiency?
Yeah.
Yes, I am proficient in medicine.
Even better. Everyone, announce your your hit points immediately.
114.
67 out of 80.
Okay.
And Cora, did you get all that too? That was for you.
Yep. 104.
I'm
And
gonna use healing word on Uzi.
Keep an eye, because I will go from full health to dead in probably one turn. So,
Don't worry, this witch is about to not be a problem. Possibly. Or just might piss them off more. We'll see.
Uzi, you heal for 10 health.
Akra, what's your hit points?
71 out of 105.
Figured between the two medicine healers on the board with your medicine checks, you'd be able to decipher who exactly needs the most attention. That being said, is also this, my darlings. Anything else, Akra?
Nope, that's it.
Uze, you're up. The Lich is in front of you, and it seems to be morphing into something. It's taking on claws and large, sharp wings.
Well, there goes that idea out the window. Okay then. I'm going to go for an unarmed strike. Actually, I'm going to bonus action rage first. I'm not going to be stupid this time. So
Who's
I
they?
will bonus action rage.
As you approach, you see in front of you no longer a lich, no longer hair, but black ichor everywhere, and a shadow dragon in front of you.
Let's go, I can add to the Bone and Claw collection. Anywho, unarmed strike. Does an 18 hit?
An 18 does not hit as you merely just pierce its scales and sparks go off.
Alright then, I'll roll for another unarmed strike. 26.
You connect in the thigh of the beast, roll damage, or grapple, and start to climb.
Remember, I'm actually capable of both because of the grappler feat.
Even better.
So they will be taking 15 bludgeoning damage, and they are now also grappled. And I already used my bonus action to rage. Alright then, I guess I'll just get ready for when I need to use my reaction.
Does anyone speak Abyssal?
I do.
You hear the shadow beast. Don't attack him. Go over the maggot. Up there, the half-blood. I'll take care of these two. Dante, the shadows quickly leave you as they vanish from sight.
Oh.
You may roll an attack of opportunity on the third one.
Yeah, why not? Is it 27 hit?
It does. Roll damage.
30 on the dot.
The beast
30.
takes the damage as they disappear, and the other shadow figures, well, they approach Korra in some nether realm. The shadow dragon, however, turns its attentions to Uze. You think you can defeat me? As it tries to turn its head towards you as you claw up the side of it. What is your AC?
16.
Unfortunately, its snapping bite connects. And you are taking 21 points of piercing damage, plus 16 lightning damage as you see purple sparks come off your chest as it barrels in to the claw marks from before. It laughs and hisses, "You're no match, the lot of you." And suddenly, lightning appears in front of Uze. Roll a dex save.
Does a 16 pass, or am I gonna need to use inspiration?
Would you like to do a constitution save instead?
Sure.
Let's do that.
I regret my actions.
Well, 13. Unlucky for some, but not for you. You only take half damage, which is 35 points of electrical damage.
Oh, so if I would have failed it, I would have just died.
You correct. You are very correct, yes.
Y'all keep this distracted if y'all can get some heals on me. Just gotta pull out the lance.
Bill, we're back at top of rounds. You're up. Bill, if you're there, knock 3 times.
I just said I just don't have a token, that's all.
Bill, you're next to Accra on the map. You're at the helm just behind them. Cora is behind you. And actually, Cora's moved.
Here we go. Let's see, last time I moved 35. That will put me there. Alright, here we go. Alrighty.
Alright, so I think everyone's in their proper placements. Bill, you're up at top of rounds.
Alright. Shadow Dragon's gonna be a problem. So let's see here is Spiritual Weapon will kick off. 24 to hit.
The angel circling around its head strikes at one of its horns. Deal damage.
Oh, come on. 10 damage, bro.
It seems as though you merely only scratched it, not even a bruise. It looks in your direction, ignoring the angel. You're next.
Yeah, fuck you too. Right, so if I move my full 35. Would put me about theory. Bring it up a little bit closer. So I have the space. Right, now I'll pop off my spiritual guardians, bro. I make a wisdom save of 16, brother.
A wisdom save of 16?
Yep.
I apologize, I got cat attacked. What were you doing, darling?
Spiritual guardians, bro.
It fails by 1.
Lucky me, lucky me. So, let's see here. It takes full damage. That's radiant damage if that helps.
It has been noted. As you begin to try and fan it with radiant damage, you notice its scales ripple from top to bottom, and it only does half.
Oh, joy. Oh well. That's all I can do, bro.
Dante, you're up. The shadows had left you, and you struck it with one of them, and then a shadow dragon appeared.
The shadows have left me? That's the first time I've ever heard that. All right. Well. Let me consult the spells real quick.
Cora, suddenly the shadows appear all around you.
Let's see. I guess I can call lightning. an 18 DC or 18 Dex saving throw.
Lightning crackles in the air and then appears from cloudless skies and strikes the back of the dragon between their wings. Roll damage.
$13. But 13 plus. Oh, ignore that. 26 plus a 26. Or not 20. Does 26 hit?
A 26 hits.
Yay. All right, let's see. 13 plus. Mm, mm. It's 38 total damage. Not the greatest, but never.
Cora, you're up. As the shadows appear in front of Cora, she's speechless and not sure what to do. Akra, what do you do next?
Our
I was
so the
muted.
ship.
I'm taking my turn. I'm sorry.
Oh, Cora, welcome back, darling. Akra, we'll
I
come
was
right back
talking
to you
the
and you will
entire
get
time.
advantage on your next roll. Cora, what's that?
Yes, I apologize for the inconvenience. I was talking the whole time. How embarrassing. Um, I would like. So the witch hasn't died, even though I just killed it, right?
You will see XP accordingly, but yes, the bitch is dead and now the shadow dragon lives.
Okay, I'll try and do another plane shift. Charisma saving throw, if you please.
What is your movement?
Sorry, what?
What is your movement?
35 feet.
Oh, 35. You have to be able to touch the shadow dragon.
Yes.
You're out of range unless you dash, and you can do plane shift next time. But if you try to move, you might take an attack of opportunities from two shadows that have crept nearby.
Right. No. What? It was. Wasn't I near? Hold on. Hold on. I might be confused. Who are you talking about?
You, Cora,
Who? No. Who is out of range?
uh, you have to be able to touch the shadow dragon, correct?
That is correct.
You are out of range by 10 to 5 feet, approximately.
Right. So, if it's 5 feet, I'll still be able to hit it because I have a physical reach of 5 feet.
You're 10 feet out of range exactly.
Okay, good. Well, not good. Fireball never hurt anybody. I'm very tired.
It's
That's
gonna
why
hurt
I'm
me. It's gonna hurt me. It's gonna hurt me. Please.
don't care. No,
No,
I care.
I'm
I
at
care.
16
No,
health.
I care
I'm
greatly.
at
I care
16.
greatly. I care greatly. I really have no other option.
Is
Then
it
put the
possible for
fireball
you to?
somewhere we're only there in range.
Is it possible, bro, for you to like angle it so it doesn't hurt anybody?
It's possible. I would. Well, except for the person I want it to hurt. I would like that.
Mm.
And that's how you
Yes,
do
is
it.
possible?
It is
Why or
possible.
when? Good. Dex saving throw, please.
Oh, thank you so much.
What is the DC?
The DC is I miscalculated. It's 70.
Unfortunately, they rolled a 21 in total, and the fire only brims their shoulders. Roll half damage.
And it's still 33. Half of 33. I'm bad at math.
16.
Right.
Enough to kill me exactly.
Oh,
It's still not bad though. Oh wait, no, I stiffed myself on 2 of the damage because it's being cast at level 5. Hold on. Please ignore that. That's a d6. That's not what I was trying to do. Oh wait, no, that's exactly what I was trying to do. So that's another 3 damage.
Noted. Anything else, Cora?
That's it.
And we move on to Accra, who currently has advantage on their next roll. Their ship is sailing narrowly through the gate as we speak. It's blasted to bits, and you see the cross ship passing by you. They are not looking to provoke.
So, like, with the current course, we're, like, good, right?
Correct.
Alright, let me see the distance here. Oh, my. Damn.
I might be able to second wind my way to some health points till you can get over. I can stall a little longer.
I'm gonna dash and run, 60 feet, which gets me here. And then I'm gonna healing word Uzi just to get you a little more health. Because healing word is a bonus action. And you heal for 7 health. And that's my turn.
All right. Well, if that's your turn, you're able to heal Uze just enough for theirs. You're up.
Oh. Okay. So what I'm first going to do is I'm going to crawl my way up to their maw and wrap my arm around it to close it shut. So they can't use like a breath attack or anything like that. Or at least attempt to keep them from doing that.
Roll athletics.
That will be a 25.
One of its claws goes up to you, trying to snatch you from its side, and it connects. You take 17 points of slashing damage, and it tries to throw you off. It does not succeed.
Okay, then do I need to? Okay. Alright, then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out the thing that is made for this. My pride and joy. The Dragon Slayer lance and stab this thing through the forehead.
You see its eyes widen and narrow at the lance.
That's a 30 to hit.
You succeed in rolling an impossible number. Roll damage.
Alright, so hold up, that will be 19, and then I have another thing as well, so it will take fire damage. Just give me a moment to find it, because it likes to hide. Give me a moment. Here it is. So that will be. Wait, hold up. See here. So 19 piercing, the 6 fire, and hold up. There's extra damage I have to roll as well. Give me a moment. There will be another 3d6s of piercing. So let's see here, 19. That will be 28 piercing. Wait, no. That will be 30 piercing and 6 fire damage. Almost forgot to add my rage damage. And I will then be rolling to stab it through the skull again.
Roll damage. Just kidding, roll the hit.
29. 29.
Roll damage.
See here. 19. Okay. 19. 21. 21 piercing and 1 fire damage. And I'm assuming that it used up my bonus action to try to shut its mouth.
Yes. And with that, you have closed its mouth. Dashing your dagger into its head, you're unable to crack its actual skull, but the blade has pierced its scales and have fallen to the ground upon Dante's head. The dragon whips around, its tail whizzing against Dante as it furies its anger towards Uze. Dante, roll a dex save.
And I'm like, what do you say fuck me for? 14.
You get flung 15 feet in your own chosen direction, and you take 17 points of bludgeoning damage. Bludgeoning. Just got whacked, my friend. The claws reel up towards its head again and try to strike at Uze, and they connect. Uze, you are taking another 21 points of, I'm sorry, not 21, 17 points of slashing damage.
I'm down to 8 HP. Not even 8, I'm down to 7.
Everyone, you feel suddenly something creep up the side of your neck like a spider, and as you fling your hand in that direction, there's nothing there, only air. However, you must now roll a wisdom save. Could it be the madness of the shadows have taken your mind so quickly, or something else?
I got a 13.
Dirty 20. I needed
Okay,
a high roll.
19.
Does anyone care to use inspiration?
Yeah, I'm interested to see where this is going.
You all become terrified and frightened. You fall and buckle your legs together and fall prone, each of you one by one, too terrified to move. Upon your turn, you can initiate another wisdom save. And Uze, you release your hands from its jaw as it is the most terrifying dragon of the lands that you have ever seen, and you fall prone underneath it. It stares at you with its gray, hollowed eyes that beckon inside of its forehead as it speaks the words of the shadows in your head. And with that, we take a 5-minute break.
So, should I be prepping the backup character now, or?
It's gonna get brutal. You all basically get one wisdom save. Checking to see if you get your actions.
What sucks is that dirty 20, the dice roll was an 18, so I don't think I can physically pass it without a nat 20.
So, as it stands right now, if you don't succeed in your wisdom save, then you will still be frightened and will want to run away on your next turn. And then additionally, you will be able to have your action if you succeed. That's how it's going to play out.
What do I have to get on the wisdom roll?
You'll find out if you hit it.
When you're frightened, bro, you have to get as far away from the creature as possible. So, logically speaking, bro, he'll throw himself overboard and start swimming.
I can't swim.
Well,
I can still use Grimoire to attack.
I will be back.
Okay.
I don't want him to die because I spent so long on his hero forge, but sacrifices must be made.
I ain't gonna lie. I already got a new character in mind, so I won't be too mad if Dante dies.
Oh, don't worry, brother. I've got spare the dying. I'll save you.
No, you don't get it. I
Like,
want
I always have several characters in mind. It's just I love Uzi so much.
like I want to go into the next character. I mean, plus, isn't this the season finale? Like, aren't we?
I mean, pretty much. We're getting close.
Like, I wouldn't mind making my new character. And to be honest, I kind of want to. Kind of a cool concept.
I also have Spare the Dying.
Okay, so we're good. We're good. We're good.
You guys remember fucking Samsung Sam? The failed
mean-
marketing psyop?
Yeah. What about it?
I don't think I just keep seeing art of it because it's like trying to be weed and stay out of the night, bro.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness I'm a monk. I can just spend a key point in both the disengage and dash as a bonus action. This is when my companions come in handy.
All right. The stars gleam upon the deck of your ship as it goes through the last gate of Waterdeep and into the oceans of the Seven Sword Seas. Bill, you're currently quaking at your knees, frightened by the shadows that approach you. Roll a wisdom save.
Okay, bro. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Wisdom 19.
Unfortunately, as you approach, you feel as though you need to retreat and run away from this howling beast. You may roll 1d8.
Okay, that one. Oh, it's got dragon fear. Nasty. I got a 1, bro.
You feel as though you're compelled to run north, in any direction north. Immediately.
Okay. Alright, here we go. I've got to dash it. I'm out of here. That's north, isn't it?
We didn't see you move, but that's perfectly fine. I'm assuming you fell off the side.
With a dash. Oh, easily. Easily. I'm swimming off into the water, bro.
Bill has flown himself overboard to get away from the gnarly beast. Dante, wisdom save.
See, I thought ahead and I already rolled it, and I got a 22. If I fail this, Dante's drowning and dying. So
Your knees buckle, and you feel as though you're about to fall prone. But then, you take your sword and slam it against the deck of the ship. And you succeed in your wisdom save. You may bestow a +1 with your booming presence to anyone else for their wisdom save against the shadow dragon.
All right, even if it's already been done.
Correct.
So I'm gonna assume that it's a 20, and I'll give Bill a +1.
It's
that-
not a 20. I got a dirty 20 and I'm still suffering.
Okay, well,
But perhaps,
Nobody
Dante, if
else
someone
is,
else gives them a +1 this round, if they're able to succeed in their wisdom save by some feat of might within themselves, then he may not drown.
big.
Dante, you have full rounds.
Oh yeah. Man, fuck this. That's a lot of shadows over there. Good. Let's see. Does a fuck. Hold on. Okay. Does a 29 hit shadow 2B or not 2B?
It does.
$15, 11, 26 damage for the first attack. And then there's a 28 hit.
It does. As you're the first one to attack, it takes 11 points of damage from your first blade.
Hey. Hey. 18 plus 34 damage.
A total of 45 points of damage done to it. It almost seems as though it's wisps now as it turns in your direction away from Cora. However, the two that are currently near her strike. And Cora, what is your AC? Dante will be back to your round here momentarily.
16.
You take 8 points of piercing damage from the shadows, and then the second one strikes at you, and you take another 12. And then finally its second claw attack, it seems to hackle this time, but misses completely. What was that, dear
Alrighty.
Cora?
Huh?
Cora, once Dante is
Yeah.
done, you'll be up next. Dante, please enlighten us as to what you do next.
I mean, I can't really do much. I can yeah, I can't really do much. I've been used my action surge.
You see Lucy step over to the side of the ship. She looks frightened, though it may not be because of the shadowy presence that is that magical force of the dragon, but just the dragon itself. Maybe something it conceals within. However, we'll find out later. Cora, you're up next. You may begin. Cora. Cora, if you're on mute, we can't hear you.
I did it again.
Hello, welcome back.
Hi. So,
Tell us more.
okay, so who's the closest to me?
Two shadowy beasts. They lunge their claws at you, but they miss mostly.
I'm gonna use, my great sword this time.
Are you striking at C3 shadow or the shadow A1?
A1.
I love that sauce. Roll to hit.
31.
With your saucy attack, you strike. Roll damage.
13 piercing.
For the first strike upon it, you go through the chest, and your javelin appears on the other side. You strike out again. Roll to hit.
29.
Fantastic. Another brutal strike to its chest. It pierces its shoulder if it had one.
11 piercing.
Still it stands in front of you, its claws rearing into the air, ready to strike down upon its next turn.
Okay, that's it for my son.
Akra. I'm sorry, Cora. Did you roll a wisdom save?
I did not.
Well, then suddenly the shadows buckle your knees and you fall to the floor. Possibly roll a wisdom save.
Wisdom save coming right up. 10.
You are frightened and compelled to run away.
Yes, I'm swimming away, bro. Here we go. That's another 75. So that'll put me over there.
Cora,
Oh, shit.
roll 1d8.
One.
You feel compelled to run north, away from the terrors in front of you. Your heart pounds in your chest and your mind is clouded by words from the shadows.
All right, that's it for my turn.
Cora, you must move at least 30 feet away from the shadowy beasts. You run in terror.
Okay, so I use my movement, and then that's a wrap on my turn. Did you get that, DM?
I did, and that means you go overboard.
Okay.
Frightened and compelled to leave the area immediately, you dash yourself overboard. And because both you and Bill are out of sight of the beast, you are no longer frightened. But it may happen again if the beast decides. The shadows, unfortunately, Cora, slice at you from your back as you flee high or low.
Hi.
And you take 10 points of damage. I'm sorry, 12.
Alrighty.
Akra, roll your wisdom save.
All right. I got a 24.
For a moment, you fall almost to the floor, but then, perhaps, it's your dragon god themselves, or all the dragons and all the nests wheel you back up with your might and strength. You may give a +1 to any other character.
Is Uzi still having trouble?
Yes.
He is
Okay,
prone.
I'll give you a +1 to the wisdom save, and I am going to dash again and run 60 feet closer, which gets me about here. And then I'm going to use healing word on Uzi again. Healing you for 8 health.
It's something. Especially because my rage is going to run out unless I deal damage or take damage in the next turn.
Akra, anything else as you approach the dragon?
Nope. That's about all I can do.
Uze, you're up. Roll a wisdom save.
I will be using an inspiration point. I'll use another one. I got a couple. Okay, plus the other one that makes it 19. So, and I still have a second wind, I believe. I'll double check. And if I do, I can roll a second wind, and I'm able to add that. Okay, so that will be a 25.
As the shadow dragon's eyes peer in your face, it sniffs you. You'll taste best. And then your senses come back to you. But roll me a perception check.
18.
With your 18, you see something familiar in the air and the stars. A ship. It has to be, though it looks like just a comet whizzing by. You know it. It might be one of your kind. Take your action.
Okay, then. So, let's see here. First of all, I'm definitely bonus actioning a second wind because I need it. All right. I heal 7. I heal 7. Okay, that's something. That's something. All right. Next, I'm going to leap for an un. I'm just gonna leap straight at its maw again to try to like grapple onto it like I did before, like punching it in the same motion. All right. That's a 32 to hit.
Roll damage.
That will be 17 bludgeoning damage, and they are now grappled and like specifically like grabbed onto their maw, so they can't use their breath weapon or anything like that. And then I have another attack I can do, and I will be using my lance because I want to kill this thing as fast as possible. I'll be using an inspiration point. 33 to hit.
Black, illuminescent blood falls from its throat as you stab with your javelin.
See, 19, that will be all right. 32 piercing, and hold up, let me get the fire damage. And 3 fire damage.
The beast howls and then it turns into a cackle. You all think you can defeat me? I'll eat your souls for supper. Anything else, Uze?
That will be the end of my turn.
High or low, Uze?
High.
It tries to swipe at you with its claws, but then one of them gets stuck into the deck of the ship. High or low?
Low.
The other claw swings at you and misses, and then it dashes its body around, trying to figure out what to do next, and as it does, it lunges its bite attack upon your head.
Before that, because it missed the strike, I'm going to use my riposte as a reaction. So let's see. Let's see here. Nat 20! Nat 20! With the lance! Sorry, I'm really excited. Let's see here. So that would be 14 plus an additional 14 plus 32. That's a 48, and then I'll add up the fire damage. So 48 piercing and do 6 fire damage.
High or low?
High. Oh wait, nope, I forgot to add my rage damage and my superiority dice damage. So that would be 52.
You stab into its throat, and as you do, it cackles with black blood that fills your face. It spills over you, and it collapses to the floor. You are all out of initiative.
I'm calling myself the Dragon Slayer from now on. You can't do nothing about it.
That's good. I was running low on. I mean, I had plenty of higher level spell slots, but I was running low on like my main spell slots.
Yeah, I'm down to 22 health. I was down to my last rage. Didn't have like any key points left. Only had some superiority dice left. Didn't have any second wins left, and definitely didn't have an action surge left. I was up shit creek without a paddle.
Bill, roll me a wisdom save. Just kidding. You're no longer frightened, Bill. And you, Cora, also are no longer frightened. The effects have dissipated.
Wait,
We
I'm gonna
should
do
probably.
Where the hell is Bill going?
He was running
Okay.
away.
What? No.
No.
Verb. I'm going to use cast thaumaturgy, and there's lights on the ship, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to cause the lights on the ship to flicker and SOS to try to get attention of the plasmoids.
Huh?
That's
Where'd they come from? Who?
You see that the ship that you're trying to hail is still venturing in a, well, looks like easterly direction, maybe a bit southeast.
Crap. I know this is a part of the plan, but we need to follow that ship.
why.
Because
What?
I haven't seen my kind for most of my life. I haven't seen one of my own since I was a child.
I haven't seen my own in over 500 years.
Aren't you a human?
Then you know what it feels like. You
Not
haven't changed.
really.
Anyway, before we start going for any ships, I think we should help our friends who are in the water.
I can't swim.
How far up are we?
Just then, the dragon reemerges for a moment, pulling themselves together, and they race across the deck, lunging themselves at Lucy, grabbing her with their claws and flapping their wings into the air.
What the fuck?
Uh,
What the? My wife just got kidnapped. What the fuck?
can I try to shoot a fireball at it?
You may.
Can I do something really stupid before it flies away too fast?
Oh, let's say. And my
Oh,
dragon frog is gonna try to use their tongue to pull Lucy back.
It needs to make a 16 saving throw. The dragon does.
Can I just do something really stupid and
You may.
maybe have it be a Hail Mary for
Oh,
Dante?
dexterity, by the way.
I want to cast Misty Step and then like stab my sword into the back of the dragon and ride it with it and just like, yeah, I don't know.
Roll a dex save.
I'm kind of just trying to have this be like a send off for Dante. Let's just lab grown 20. Because I probably want to make a new character for season.
Acra, high or low?
High.
Don't knock me off, please.
And you cast Fireball?
Yeah, it needs to make a dexterity 16 saving throw, or else it'll take 31 damage.
You'll knock my ass off the track.
With your astute naval abilities, you're able to put the fireball right in the way of the dragon. And as it does, it explodes in such a fashion that it pierces its very being. And you said low?
Yeah.
High or low?
High.
You deal double damage. I'm sorry,
So 62.
triple damage.
So 93.
The dragon, off hilter, falls into the water, and Lucy is grabbed by her great savior, Dante. They are wrapped together in their arms on the bow of the ship with his mystic step, and thanks to his dex save, he saves his wife and receives 1 point of inspiration.
Damn. Y'all fucked up my Hail Mary. God damn it.
The fucking 93 damage fireball said otherwise. You are still alive. I'm not letting you die.
You know what I just realized that could have like made the fear issue a lot easier for us?
What?
My dragon frog, anytime something becomes enclosed in its mouth, any third level or lower spell on the target ends.
My brother in Christ, what are you gonna eat with your frog? Certainly not the dragon.
Acra, roll survival. One of you roll sleight of hand.
Survival.
I'll say
16.
I could have hopped in its mouth and the fear effect would have ended.
17. But you're under the effect of fear, so you wouldn't have known that.
Dante, you're able to pull up Cor quite briskly with the thanks to Acra's abilities to steer the ship, and you both have to perform survival and sleight of hand again.
Uh-oh.
That's
11.
a 20. So
Can I
only
use guidance on myself?
can only do we both roll survival inside of hand, or do just one of us?
I do survival, you do sleight of hand.
I got 11.
Can I use guidance on myself?
Bill, are you with us?
Yeah, bro, I'm here.
As you see the ship try to swing around in your location, make an athletics check to grab the rope that Dante lures down for you.
Athletics check. Oh, here we go. I'll go for guidance first. You know the help I can get. 1. 21, bro.
You grab the side of Dante's rope and pull yourself against the deck of the ship, and you are safely back on board. With that, Cora, Dante, Uze, Acra, Lucy, and Bill, decide your next steps. And one of you, well, I guess roll a perception check as to you can see what's going on in the water.
I got a 19 on perception. I think we should go after that ship that Uzi was talking about.
Sounds like a plan.
Thanks for the save, bro. Really do appreciate it. So, who's hurt? I'll fix you up.
I honestly think we should just take a
I
long
am
rest.
beyond fucked up.
Alright, here we go, bro. Since we go for a long rest anyway, I'll ease your pain with a prayer of healing. So gather around, people, and listen to the story. It will take about 10 minutes, bro. So here we go. 29
Grace,
healing prayer. Hmm?
you're the go.
So yeah, everybody will get 29 healing from the prayer of healing, and an additional 18 healing for mass healing word. There we go.
If you rolled a 15 or higher on your perception check and listened to the words of the great Bill by the fire that he made on deck for all of you to heal your wounds, then you notice something. You can continue down the sides of the coast and you will find a large river that will lead you easterly. And then you can also. Sorry, something's going on in the house. But then you can also. Well, it looks like some sort of island. Everyone who rolled a 15 or better on your perception check, roll history.
17.
16.
Accra, you know that island well. It's an old crossroads of islands. Sometimes they float through the seven seas of the speared coast swords, and, well, it's a good place to find new adventures and new faces and maybe find a familiar one, and a place to rest your wounds for the evening. And, Uze, you know the same as your dear friend Accra, though you've only heard tale of it before when you used to write and draw in the monasteries. With that, I'm going to give you all time to chit-chat and figure out what your next steps are. To go deeper towards the inland coast or take a break at the island tavern.
There is one thing I want to do before we do anything else, just out of pure curiosity, because if I don't do it now, I'm gonna forget.
I'm
I
on a
want to take a
5-minute
quick
break.
swig
I'll
of
be back.
dragon's blood.
You want to what?
My jar of dragon's blood. I want to take like a little sip from
I think Verve said that he was gonna be right back. Um,
it. Yeah, I know.
but for what we should do next, I mean, I'm good on health now, but my spell slots are like used.
Oh yeah, I'm everything's ran out. I don't think I got a thing. Let me just double check. I got 3 superiority dice, which aren't super helpful. I still got my few spells that I got and the uses of my ring. Got
What's it-
1 rage left. Got no second winds left. 1 focus point and 1 uncanny metabolism.
I would suggest, bro, that we retreat from this island to a safe distance so we can get a long rest and search it out in the morning, you know?
Yeah, that's what I think we should do. We should go to that tavern on the island and rest there.
I wouldn't trust it, bro. I'd say, we just retreat our ship a little bit and rest on the boat. That way, there, if anything happens on the island, we're happy and hearty, you know? We don't know what sort of tavern it is or what kind of people it is, you know?
He said that I knew it was like a good place to go.
Mm, mm, mm.
That I had a room and that I had heard a rumor of it.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm just being paranoid, you know? Overcautious.
I mean, resting on a ship probably won't be a horrible idea. It's something we're familiar with.
That island there might be overtaken by hostile forces. It's like, we weren't that far
Go
away
kill
from the
them.
island when we got attacked,
Yeah.
So that there could be like a base where they were based at, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we could just rest on the ship. I think someone would just have to drive,
Let me
like,
drive the boat.
for, like, in shifts.
I'd just say, bro, just weigh anchor. Sit still.
About the ship we're trying to chase.
Yeah, we do. There is also the plasmoid ship that we're after.
All right, then. How about this? We rest up on the boat and we take shifts chasing down the plasmoid ship.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to see my people. Oh fuck! I just realized my mom's dead.
What?
Since I got teleported like 80 years into the future. She's dead. I don't even know how Envaris was alive. We got like a lifespan of maybe 30 to 50 years.
I'm taking that as being in character. Uzi is just like, oh, I'm gonna finally get to see my people. I just realized my mom is
Oh
dead.
fuck! My mom's dead. I'm ready to see my people. Oh fuck! My mom's dead.
All right, we're about to begin again.
Yeah,
I just needed a moment to catch my breath.
All right.
yeah. I want to do something really quick. I want to take a sip of that jar of dragon's blood.
You guys
Roll a
have some
con
good
save.
ideas. You know what happened last time someone tried to
Would
drink
this
blood?
would this be considered a poison? Like,
Roll a
is this
con
a
save.
poison thing? Because if it is, then I have an advantage.
With a con save, boy.
Roll a con save.
I don't think I need it. 22.
Then you didn't need that advantage either. With your 22, you're able to determine this. Well, your veins go purple for just a moment, and it seems as though electricity goes through your plasmoid being. It clashes with the blue electrical current that currently evolves around you. And then, nothing else. For now.
I know what I'm going to be doing over the course of the next few days.
Who's got the first shift rowing the boat?
Rowing.
At the helm.
I can take the first shift.
All right. Excellent. That being said, roll survival.
Gonna roll a inspiration for that one. I think that's a lot better. Dirty 20.
You're able to successfully narrowly get the boat into the river as it goes down. The streams, you can tell that there are various ports leading off into different sections and different cities. But your directions are to go towards the great deserts, where it seems as though that is where the ship that Uze saw was headed.
All right. Yep. We're gonna be following them, I guess, until they stop or something.
The rest of you, please tell me what you're doing for your long rests.
I'm gonna work with my companions to just be a better leader for them. Like just coordination skills, pretty much.
Roll handle animal. And Dante, what are you doing for your long rest?
Nat 20.
I don't know. I don't know what to do with Dante anymore.
Well, Dante, this sounds like a crisis for Dante. Maybe it's a mid afterlife crisis, I'm guessing. And sometimes, you've got to ask yourself why. You know, maybe Dante needs to know why he's ever done anything at all.
I think he needs to go back to hell and kill things.
If you want to replace your character, right? The simple way to do it would just be commit suicide. It's like, fuck this shit.
That's pretty much what sending him back to hell with Lucy is gonna do. It's like, but go be a dude slayer. Go kill demons.
I mean, I can always
'Cause
just break your neck.
I'm not killing him. Okay, I'm not killing
Well,
my little
I'll tell you
guy.
what.
All right.
I'll tell you what, Dante. If you really want to do it and make it quick and painless, you can always come to me with a private word and say, "Hey, doctor, I've had enough. Just give me something."
I mean, I do also have a shotgun, but I'm not doing that. I think I just want to open a portal to hell and just go let off some steam.
A little
So
bit
when,
Dante here, a little bit Dante there.
yeah, because everybody's made a new character, for the exception of Uzi, but you're like the glue that holds this whole damn thing together.
Glue.
Yeah, and I love my character, and he has much more
Yeah.
that he needs to get done before he can rest.
Yeah, I mean, Dante just wanted to get really his wife, and then they're gonna go kill things. And I don't know.
Cora, are you keeping on to Cora in season 2?
And that's also why.
Well, we'll find out later. She's probably peaced out again. Unless she's here, she can knock 3 times. Now, with your nat 20, with your handle animal, high or low?
Hi.
Remind us all of your animal companions.
I have a dragon frog, a tame tentacle, and I also have a Gremory, my vampire spawn.
A tiny dragon frog, yes.
My baby.
They all stand at attention and turn to the left and then to the right. After that, well, it's a bit of a mix of hopscotch, really. But you're getting there.
Yay, soon they'll have to be able to have their own initiative.
On your next long rest, you can use a DC 10 to teach them a specific trick.
I know I'm teaching the dragon frog. He's gonna be my new whip.
Dante, roll me persuasion. And Bill, what are you doing for your long rest?
Me, I am. I'll meditate, bro, and light a doobie. Socialize with people.
Can I
Pass
ask
it
you like
around.
a really weird question?
Sure.
Are you from New Zealand?
Yes. I'm in Auckland.
Okay. um, what am I trying to persuade? Because I can also deceive. I'm an expert in deception. Or if you want me to roll persuasion, I can do that as well.
Then roll deception. It's your choice.
I probably should have just rolled persuasion. That's an 11.
Ooh, a saucy 11. Well,
No.
Lucy looks at you for a moment, and she's staring out the port. She talks about the shadow dragon and how it spooked her. You know they have the ability to cross realms, she said. and it reminded me of something I learned in Flan. She looks at you. Roll insight.
Hey, a 26.
You know that look. It's the look when she's referring to someone from her past, more specifically another Mark. At least that's what you call them now that you know it's either vanquish her or fall in love with her.
You're looking at me like that for.
She says that she believes that Flan is on the way to find this ship of Uze's.
The Shadow Dragon? There's a name?
She says there might be a connection. She knows Flan has had difficulty with dragons before, and she can read fates better than anyone. And with that, we go back to Bill. Dr. Bill, exactly what are you trying to do on your long rest? You're trying to socialize, get to know each other, things of that nature?
Yeah, bro. Like, I'll spark up a joint, pass it around, get to know people, say hi, how you doing, you know?
Roll me persuasion with advantage.
Okay, bro, here we go. Let's see, D4 for guidance. Go for persuasion. That sucks. But even better, I've got a 13 for persuasion, bro.
Who is taking the next watch?
I suppose that
I
would be
guess I
me,
can.
bro.
You go ahead.
Yeah, well, I only need 4 hours worth of sleep, so I can take the first couple while you guys sleep up.
Bill, my question to you is this. Have you ever sailed a ship before in any of your adventures?
Well, no, I don't like the ocean, bro.
Have you seen
Too
it
many
done a
waves
couple
that are.
times?
Yeah, I've seen it done a couple of times. Like, the helmsman just tells me, hold the wheel like this. And it's like, okay, then.
Well, I want
Yeah.
two things from you on your watch. A perception check, a survival check, and a fuck you check.
This is for guidance. That's a 1. So we go for perception. 18, 19 for perception. Survival is 22. And the random fuck you is a d20. With a natural 20.
You spy something in the air as you take the helm and wave your hand to Accra as they go below deck with the others to rest. It's been a long journey, and yours at best, especially with your checkered past and your hopscotch from one, well, city to the next. You've been to Flan, and you've heard word that there might be a connection there, something that you all need to venture into deeper with the shadows and with the dragons. Roll me history.
History check with the guidance, bro. And we got the histories. 12.
You know, Flan, for just a moment you had spent a night there. You knew someone, at least you escorted them safely, and then you had to scurry back to Waterdeep to report what you had done. It was a weird contract, and an even weirder eye of beholder had given it to you. You didn't catch their name, but you knew they were connected to Flan in some way. That being said is this, with your perception check, you see two things. Do you spy to the air first, or to the sea?
For sea first, bro.
As you look to the sea, you see a serpent. It tries to catch up to the ship, but thanks to your survival check, you're able to outrun it. And it has a gnarly face with gills, multiple proceeding all the way to its nostrils. And as it does, it tries to shoot a spray of water at you. Roll a dex save.
See.
I'm sorry, what was it? 13?
Yes.
You dodge the water successfully. And, well, high or low?
Hi?
You stare up to the sky after seeing the serpent and the whizzing of the water and know your watch is almost ended. You see the door open as it looks like the next person comes up. And then, well, that's strange. It's almost like you see a comet in the air. It whizzes by just as fast as any ship would. It's another starship, a star vessel. And it's cylinder and has some sort of broad, silvery base.
Oh, bro, I'm gonna be a bit scared here because I'm seeing aliens in the middle of the ocean. This ain't good. I heard stories.
Who's next? Dante? Cor, I believe, is sleeping. And Mad Dwarf King, Uze, still has to take watch.
I guess I'll
Not
take
it.
watch.
I'll take watch next, I guess.
Uze, you take the helm after Bill. Um, Bill, do you exchange any words or anything to Uze, and Uze the same question?
Oh yeah, bro. I'll point at the alien spaceship, bro, while I'm taking a drag. It's like, look, bro, aliens right there.
Hey, I'm just happy I'm gonna get to see my own again. It's been a long time since I saw one that didn't piss me off. I say as I like start pulling out like a little like flask that I like put in Varison and just kind of like fiddle with it in my hand.
Yeah, tell me about it, bro. I'll pass on the joint.
All right, you get good rest. I'll take care of it from here.
Fair enough then, bro. Well, you enjoy yourself. Watch out for the space aliens in the sky, and I'll point them out to them.
I know. Those are who I'm looking for.
Uze, as Bill passes you their twig to smoke off upon, which is what we call anything that is drug related in the game, good or bad, illegal or not. And you must roll a perception check as you peer up to the skies again. 20 what? I'm sorry. 24.
24.
You see another star vessel, and then a second, and then you must roll 1d6.
Six.
At least a half a dozen, if not more, different vessels and different. Oh my lords. Roll history. And Bill, roll history also.
Natural fucking 20.
10.
Bill, you see the ships and they all look different. At least two of them are of different lineages. However, you're unable to tell exactly. One of them is gold plated and red ribboned almost. Another is purple and you can almost see through it. Or is it just the stars bouncing off of it? The other six, though, those are different. They look like military vessels. High or low, Uze?
Hi.
The first ship. That one, well, that looked like some nobility. Perhaps one of the deeper species, like the crickets or some other. However, the six series of ships, you know that armada well. The Nyogi, the slavers, the ones that sometimes rule without anyone knowing, are coming to Faerun.
Ah, fuck.
And the third ship, the one that looks like midnight with stars gazing upon it, is a plasmoidian vessel. That you're sure of. It was like the first one that flew by before. There is some sort of summit happening, and you are all heading directly towards it.
Well, fuck.
Do you share any of this information with Bill?
Yes, all of it. Every bit.
Ain't good. I'll throw my stash overboard, bro. I've had enough of it because I'm seeing all these weird colors and all these weird sights. Oh, just like no, I swear off the stuff now. So I throw my stash overboard, and it's like, oh, bro, are your people in danger? Like, are they being attacked or something?
No clue. All I know is that with a variety of ships like that, it can't be good. As much as I want to see my own people again, it's not worth dealing with those slavers, especially if they're roaming around with nobility. If I had to take a guess, the ship that we saw go by earlier, the Plasmoidian ship, most likely running from them. Probably some outlaws that did some bad shit.
Is this some sort of like invasion? Like, they're going to like set up base upon that island, sort of a deal?
I hope not. It's been a while since I've heard about an invasion. But again, it
Well,
makes sense for flavors are here.
and especially in those large numbers, eh?
Bill, roll history.
History. Okay, bro. Here we go. Natural one, bro. Oh no, that's a lie. 7. So I've got 10 all in all.
That being said, is this. You know Flan is usually on the crossroads of various, well, tribes. It's mostly desert except for a large temple that makes out surrounding areas of markets, shepherds, and even, well, dragonborn. So much so that it caused civil riots to appear because of the hierarchy between the dragons, and the darkest of them all, Tiamat. He is known to appear at Flan once and cause the dragons to uprise and almost decimated the entire area. That being said, is this. You can only surmise that maybe this summit, with all these various kinds, well, maybe it's for peace and not war. But if it is, perhaps, perhaps it might be better that it's in Flan than Waterdeep.
Like, you're the local expert. Do we just keep our heads down and pray for the best?
Probably.
Now remember, kids, you're sailing into the dragon's mouth. Who's up next on watch?
I think that's Dante.
Cora, if you're here, knock 3 times. There's only 1 watch left, as Tim took 2 out of the 4 available. I'm sorry, 5. Yes. So, Dante, roll me survival, perception, and deceit.
Oh, it's a lot of rolls. "23, 16, and 21, respectively."
Bill and Uze, to finish up your long rest for the evening, did you stay up above deck? In Accra, did you join them?
Yeah.
I stayed up above deck for sure.
Yeah, bro. I stayed up above deck. While I'm meditating, I'll do some stargazing. Keep an eye on the aliens.
Accra, roll perception, as well as Uze and Bill.
Perception. I got an 8.
14.
Let's see here. Diet.
Accra, you see the splashes of the waves as they hit the side of your face. Just the mist. But maybe it's all the venturing. You're finally taking that good long break and just tuning out, waiting for the next adventure to start. And Uze, you don't see anything new. However, you see a second ship, like that one with the weird ribbon of silver and red base. They finally nailed it. It's the gifts. The hippopotamus looking ones. Man, if they're here, that's real trouble, since they were the ones that gave interstellar galactic abilities to all the others.
Well, fuck. I just had to roll high on that d6.
And Bill, high or low? Oh, I'm sorry, Bill. Was that high or low? I think you're gonna have to try a complete sentence. I think it's something to do with the connection.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll go for the high. The high.
Well, we'll just give you a point of inspiration. That being said, as with your perception check, you see another one of those red brimmed ships with the little silver trims. However, you're still unable to determine exactly who or what they may be. But then you see something else. An actual comet goes by in the sky. Do you make a wish? And if so, pray tell, what may it be? You'll have to fill us in next week or fix your connection tonight. We'll come back to you. Let us know when you chime back in. My darling, come back from the ethers. Come back. Oh, a little bit better. We'll move on to Dante and we'll come back and check up on you. Dante, Lucy grabs your shoulder, as she often does when she wants something, and she presses herself against you. You see that?
Yes.
And she points up to the star vessel, the red-brinned one.
About it.
They're hunting.
Hunting what?
Whenever the Gif are around, they're always hunting, looking for something new.
So I'm assuming here is what they want. They're hunting here.
Something in Faerun. And I think we're heading right towards it, she says.
Of course we would be, you know? Why would we not?
She makes a sour laugh and reminds you that you're the one that broke the urns.
Oops.
The serpent that had to be dealt with by Bill. What was that, Dante?
Nothing. My computer just keeps deciding to shut off. Anyways.
No, did you want to add something?
No, my computer just keeps going to sleep.
Oh, no. Well, Dr. Bill, are you back with us?
Yep. I'm here.
If you did make a wish on that comet you saw beyond the stars, what was it?
Well, basically, bro, I would wish for the skill feat so I can up my skills.
Roll religion.
Okay. Well, we're at +5 in religion. That's a good chance. I wish upon a star. 1. 7.
You feel no enlightenment, no draw by the dragons. No comet has answered you. The star flies by and you feel unheard.
Well, I'll just lie to myself, bro, and have faith that my wish was granted. That I can be a better person. You know?
Stop. Comments aren't actually stars. Sorry.
Thank you, Dante. Point of inspiration. And that, my dear Dr. Bill, I believe what you were stating is the power of you do. Do what?
That's right, bro.
You do.
The power of the power of self belief. You know.
Accra,
Yes.
where are you on the deck of the ship?
I'm gonna be. I would say I would just be like hanging out kind of towards the front.
You find yourself alone, isolated from the rest of the party. You're used to that, as most of your training was done on your own, except for the occasional missions, when you had a troop to lead. And even that felt like this. You can feel war. You've always held that deeply within your chest. And as you peer up to the skies and see the multiple ships fly by, you can tell it's not going to be good. Roll me insight.
15.
You notice the forest, how it overgrows the river that you've all been on for a while. And the sun is just now starting to rise, and you can see the pink and orange fill the skies. And it reminds you of that mission you led, and those people that are all dead because you led them into disaster. And hopefully, you won't do the same this time. Will you be keeping Accra in Season 1?
Season 2, yes.
Well, we begin anew, I believe, but yes, season 2. Excellent. You will receive an additional level, plus the 10,000 XP you received previously.
Hooray.
Bill, easier question for you. Will you be carrying on your Dr. Bill to season 2?
Yes, I shall.
I believe that's a yes.
However,
You will receive a level starting next week for season 2.
so they'll put me at level 10, yeah?
Correct.
Awesome.
Uze,
Of course, I'm keeping Uzi for season 2. He's got much more of a story he needs to go through.
and what level are you currently?
12, almost 13.
When you hit 13, let me know.
Yeah.
Reminder, he's been here since the beginning. Dante,
Yeah.
will you be holding on to Dante and Lucy as you all travel to Flan?
No.
Enlighten us of your new character.
I'm fleshing him out. His name maybe is Dutch Winchester. He is. I forget when this takes place, but if it is not in the 1800s, he is from the 1800s. A cowboy, essentially, minus the horse, because I think they're weird. But there will be some sort of mount, I think. Yeah. So, I think I'm gonna try to make him like a bounty hunter, and his missions and like quests are just he gets bounties or something. I don't know. I'm trying to look for a picture for him and then build off of that.
And what level are you currently?
Dante is level 11.
You will become level 12 with your next character.
Okay.
Cora, if you're here, knock 3 times. Silence. That being said, is this. Everyone, roll Gambit.
Wait. Survival.
26.
16. Well, fuck me
26
then,
for
dude.
survival,
God
bro.
damn. All right.
I'll be right back
I
in about 2
Get
minutes.
it. Good. God.
27 for an unarmed attack.
Why'd everybody just fucking dunk on me?
Again, I am not capable of this without the belt.
I'm gonna take that fucking belt from me, bro. This is WWE, bro. We're fighting hands, hand in hand. I'm gonna probably shoot
Dutch.
you instead. What?
Dante,
Dutch.
think hand-to-hand combat through.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm just gonna shoot you. It'll take us 3
And that
months
ain't
to
gonna
build a
stop
barn.
me.
Oh, you don't build a barn, dumbass. You buy a pre-built. You buy a pre-cut.
Just like the house.
Brother.
It's a cow farm. Damn, cows outside.
A barn will take 3 of us 6 months to build. You don't build a barn, dumbass. What do you think this is, 1785? You buy it pre-cut, just like the house. I love Red Dead Redemption 2.
I should really play it. I have it, but I always play online, and that shit is ass. So then I
Yeah,
just
but
immediately delete it, and I'm like, man, this sucks.
play the real game.
Okay, dude.
The next portion is a season preview and takes place 1 year exactly after this sunrise on the river. I see a 27 from Baron Uze Guidori. Is that correct?
Yes.
You awaken in some old forgotten temple. It's blasted through, and you've fallen at least 4 stories. You're still bleeding from the attack. I wonder how they got in. Roll me perception or medicine.
$13 on perception.
With your 13 perception, you're able to determine that someone had let them in. Your defenses were too good. Someone gave them the codes, and someone turned off the arcane barriers. They've been attacking since dawn, and you thought you almost had it. You were going to barrel through on the other side and attack. Roll history.
12.
It's been a year. You joined the front lines with the others. You were in the midst of the market when the attack happened. And then all of a sudden, these creatures from Avernus started appearing one by one. They had this black, ichory eyes, and they would throw it out at people, turning into some sort of zombie cult. They rose a temple in the south, took over the ruins that they blasted out. Roll perception.
13 perception.
You stand up from the stone altar that broke your fall, and you look around. You hear and see something whizzing by, something in the shadows. It's one of them. It's one of the creepers. They have large mouths and horrible eyes, scales, and they look as tall as halflings, but they're tougher than any orc you've ever fought. Then there's another explosion in the south again. Bill, you rolled survival, 26.
Yep.
You've been scavenging, trying to find extra food for everyone back at the hive, you call it. It's more like a cult. These people have been spinning lies about what's happening in the south, especially since you're the one that always scavenges there. You know the goblins are trying to fight back finally, but you don't know how long they'll last. You know, roll history.
Here we go, bro. Let's see. Guidance. The histories. Natural 1 for a 3.
You've lost track of time, and you're not sure how long it's been since you were all on that riverbank when things were calm for once. Every now and then you all see each other in the cafe. You smile and you nod, but not since then. High or low? At the beginning of season 2, regardless of where the story begins, you will all start at opposite ends. It's been a year since you've all seen or even really spoke to each other. It was just as you got to Flan that the blast started and the dragons started to uprise, and then the creepers started coming in through the cults in the south. You are all now in what you call a hive, a large dome that's been barricaded for years against the barrage that not even Waterdeep's troops have been able to penetrate. But, unfortunately, it's now today that terror strikes the hive. And when we begin, Bill, you will not be aware of any of this, as you'll be scavenging in the south. Roll me perception.
Guidance, prayer, perceptions. We've got a 15 there.
Just as you're walking through an old ruin, looks like an old nursery. It's been blown out and fired with brimmed by the dragons. Maybe some goblin war tribe. Just on the street in front of you, you see one of the shadow cultists walk by. They have draping dark robes, and they seem to be dusty from the sand. Do you follow them?
So I do.
What was that? If you follow them, roll me survival.
And let's see here. Guidance. The survivals. 30.
You follow them for at least an hour until you see that they go under a basement of an old bar. It still stands sturdy enough, and you peer in. You can even see it has a few chairs left, and the table's still standing, and a stage with instruments, all dustied and decayed from at least a decade. But she went underneath. Do you follow into the basement?
So I do, bro. I'll get my weapons and shield ready.
Roll stealth.
I'm not good at stealth. Go for the guidance. Go for the stealths. That's a disadvantage. 10.
You wander down the stairs, and as you do, you lose sight of her. For just a moment, you step forward, and you see a lantern that's lit, and you smell twig smoke in the air. And then you hear chatter. Martha, you're here. Yes, well, I had to go see the goblins. At least they're talking to us again. They think we're all batshit, but regardless, you hear the flicking of cards and the dealing of a deck. And then suddenly one of them stops. Do you smell that? Smells, well, smells like something else. Bill, you have merely moments to decide. Do you try to immediately reveal yourself? Or try to hide again, maybe behind one of the posts here in the basement, or in the shadows behind one of those boxes?
Right, and go. Good morning, ladies. How are you all today? My name is Bill. A pleasure to meet you all.
You walk forward, and you're a bit unsure of the civilities here. You see three elder women playing cards as they stare up at you. They're all draped in black cloaks, dusty from the sand. And they all look, well, human. None
Did
of
they
them
say
says
anything?
anything to you.
I'll say, may I please have a seat with you ladies? I've been out scavenging, doing a lot of work. It's a hot day outside. Do you mind if I join you and rest for a little bit?
Roll persuasion.
Oh God, I'm not good at persuasion. Let's see, that's a 2 persuasions. 9.
One of them looks at you and grits her teeth and pulls a dagger out, jumps and slashes into your throat. The other one tries to lunge at you from your left and winds up behind you, sticking one of their daggers into the post. The third one merely continues dealing the rest of the deck.
I'll go an AC at 23, bro. Are these women more spry than they look, or was it just a clumsy nana attempt?
Roll wisdom save.
Wisdom save. 17.
As the one is in your face, she has struck you in the chest. She smiles a gritty smile, and instead of gnarly, decayed teeth, for a moment you see a flash. Fangs, a nose, horns, a tiefling in disguise as a human. And then, suddenly, you see again the aged woman in front of you, cladded in black shrouds, and she sticks the blade deeper into your chest. And with that, we move on to scene. Uze.
Yes.
You stand. You feel yourself dizzy, and you have a level of exhaustion. It must have been from the fall, but you're at full health. You've lost the rest of your party. Do you try to retreat back deeper into the hive, or try to figure out where the attack is coming from?
I'll try to figure out where the attack is coming from.
Roll survival.
$19.
Akra, you have a 26 on your medicine check.
Yes.
Immediately when you got to Flan, you decided to go to the market shops, maybe find some new wares, blend in, and maybe not get so hot from all the sweaty armor, especially Dante. And Lucy, well, she always kept looking nervous. Roll insight.
Inside. 26.
She was right. All the ships you all had seen in the air had finally found their way to Flan. You guys took about a week to get there, and you heard word that there was arguments between interstellar galactices about what to do with Flan and Faerun itself. They were afraid of some ancient elder god that brewed beneath the sands. Roll history.
History. 18.
You know that the GIF showed up. They came with brass and trumpets blaring. They demanded that they start an expedition immediately, and you all thought about signing up for it, especially if it included gold, adventure, and something for Dante to do. And you knew the Nyogi were nearby. They must have had some sort of collective in the mountains, some sort of slave trader ship. Sometimes they just use Faerun as some sort of puddle jumper between realms. Other times, it's much more dastardly than that. Akra,
Yes.
I will allow you to ask one question about your current or previous predicament.
So wait, you said you said we were all like in a hive thing? Like what is it like a I'm confused about like what exactly that is.
I will have a picture for you by next week. And that being said, it is a large dome. It's made of arcane energy, and it sprinkles around you. It gives the ability to shield from any attacks, or at least that's what the mages had originally planned.
So it's like around the town of or the city of Flan.
Correct.
Flan. Okay.
Well, what remains? I will try and find a picture tonight, but not likely.
All right. Was that my only question I could ask?
No, I will take that as a clarification and not the question.
Okay. So you said that we were being attacked, or like the city was being attacked by something. What? Or you said it was like being attacked by Waterdeep forces. Why? Why is that?
For clarification, Waterdeep was helping in the defenses of Flan. It was not Waterdeep that was attacking, but it seems like the shadow cultists themselves, as well as the goblins within the mountains. They had all rallied together at once and attacked Flan. But then, the keepers of Tiamat struck in the markets the very day you arrived at Flan, and fire, black and cold as embers, pierced people, shattering them into ash right in front of you. You all had scattered from each other, trying to save yourselves. But then, you found each other again at the hive. It became almost like a refugee shelter at the beginning. The arcane mages put up the posts one by one, and eventually they took an entire district of the old city. What remained of it, well, wasn't much. Municipal buildings, a small market, and you all had to learn to scavenge. Did you do the scavenging, Akra, or did you choose to help out in the medical or...
I would help out in like with medical stuff.
You go to the Chancellor of Health and Reassurance, and you find a position. Roll persuasion.
Persuasion. Is he a dwarf?
High or low?
Hi.
You find a stout dwarf in front of you. He has brown hair that's aged and has a sharp, almost jettisoning look as he ties it back upon his head. He stares up at you with robes adorned. You come to sign up for the posting?
Yep, I got a natural 20.
Name?
Akra.
And Akra, how long have you been assisting others in the healing and medical arts?
Pretty much my entire life.
Oh. Well, tell me a bit more about that.
I grew up I grew up being trained to be a cleric in order to help people in terms of both medical and also defending people from all evildoers.
All evildoers. And he leans forward and starts jotting things down on a piece of paper with your name included. And what evildoers are that, sir?
I would
Madam.
say like vampires and anyone who's trying to attack the innocent.
Vampires. You've survived a vampire attack.
Several.
He studies you for a moment, high or low.
High.
You get the posting. You'll be in charge of a small squad to keep you protected, but we're putting you on the front lines. How's that sound?
Okay.
Good. Here, take this. See Sergeant Weathermain.
Right. I'll be right there.
Please jot down contact Sergeant Weathermain on your character sheet. Dante, you had a 16?
Yeah.
And what'd you have a 16 on? Deceit?
Athletics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
After the blast in the market and everyone scattered, you found yourself wanting to assist in some manner. Did you scavenge or help train the new recruits?
Let's help train the new recruits.
Roll performance, athletics, or acrobatics.
If you look at that, a homegrown 20.
A homegrown dirty 20. That being said, is this. Well, you prove yourself quite well to the Sergeant Weathermain, and he promotes you immediately to leading trainer in arms, meaning that you have full proceeding over the whole division, including a locked armory. You have your own desk, and it has even a flag with the sigil of Flan, a blue and checkered flag with that of some sort of temple representing the hive. And roll me perception.
23.
Dante, I have a question for you. Your position has prestige as well as it has a place where you know things. Would you keep an eye on what was happening to the rest of your original party?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say I am.
You know that where your training unit is to the north, and you hear a large blast, an explosion of one of the arcane poles falling down. You hear screams coming from the south of you. It's looking like the southwest. Another explosion to the east, and then another to the north. An attack, but by whom? It's either the goblins or the dragons at this point. You're not sure. Roll me history.
That's a 12.
Do you want to know about the attack or about where Uze is, as well as Accra?
Where they are.
You know Bill is usually scavenging around this time of day, and he's not due back until nightfall. And sometimes he even takes a break and takes a tent somewhere and camps out for a week before he returns. He always gets hell from Sergeant Weathermain, but nothing more. Uze, though, you knew he was out in that district. He was looking around for something they had gotten intel on, some sort of arcane artifact in a magic shop. At least that's where the first explosion was. The one to the east. Thankfully, Accra wasn't there. But the one to the north, you're not sure. You peer up and you see black clouds. Hopefully that wasn't his platoon. Dante, what do you do next as you're there in your office? Lucy rises from her chair by the window and stares out on the balcony. You can see, it looks like, everyone's running from one throw to another. Troops are being sent to the north while another dozen are being sent to the south.
I see where the most troops are going.
Roll investigation.
15.
You can tell by the commands of Commander Paldeo that you see, it looks like, most of the troops are actually heading to where the second explosion was, to the east.
So I'm going to the east.
And with that, I'll leave it to you all if you want to continue for another 15 or leave it here.
I'm good with either one. It's up to you guys.
But I'm just going to be working on my new character.
Okay.
Good night.
Oh, bye, Dante.
So yeah.